Good morning. It is 6:17. It is 31 degrees, headed to 36 today, but we're going to be talking about a possible wintry mix later. It is Monday, December 16th, 2019. You got 10 days to do your Christmas shopping. Welcome to Mornings with Bob Marrone. I am Bob Marrone. This is Radio Westchester, your radio station at the train station. Our headlines this morning: a wintry mix is set to impact tonight's commute. We'll tell you all about it. Police say a 19-year-old was shot in the arm during an argument in White Plains. A gym for children with autism opens up here in New Rochelle. And Eli Manning, well, he gets his revenge. The Giants revenge. The Giants win a game 36-21. Let's get right to those stories, but first we'll get to the weather. Once again, it's 31, getting up to 36 today, but the forecast is quite troubling for this evening. Tonight, dangerous conditions as snow, sleet, and freezing rain overspread the area. Icy roads and significant ice accumulation is possible across Orange, Ulster, Dutchess, Putnam, and parts of northern Westchester. Now tomorrow, snow, sleet, freezing rain, and rain likely through the afternoon. Dangerous road conditions and icing is likely, again, across mostly Orange, Ulster, Dutchess, and Putnam. We should be spared that here in Westchester. Some snow accumulation is possible as well. Expect mainly rain, though, across Westchester. That's good for us. Highs will be in the mid-30s. Tuesday night, clearing skies with very cold temperatures and icy conditions, lows in the mid-20s. Tomorrow, or rather Wednesday, mostly sunny with a few flurries. The high will be 35. The overnight low will be 14 degrees. Wow, it's getting cold again. Thursday, sunshine through high, thin clouds. The high will be 26. The overnight low will get down to 17. And Friday, sunshine through high, thin clouds. The high will be 32. The overnight low will be 23 degrees, and we see on into the weekend as well. And the weather was brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses, and it's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. Let's get to our top stories today. We've really covered the wintry mix for you, but again, we need to stress for those of you who are listening in Westchester, again, tonight that you may get a lot of that slush and such, but the worst of it is north of 287. In fact, quite frankly, north of Westchester County. Police say a 19-year-old from New Rochelle was shot in the arm during an argument in White Plains. This happened Friday after we were off the air. The shooting happened on Marrone Avenue by Martine and Court Streets. Officials say the teenager was taken to White Plains Hospital and that the injuries were not life-threatening. Police say the gunman has not been arrested. Anyone with information is asked to call the police on 914, give it twice, 914-422-6256, 914-422-6256. As we pass through now, 621. A gym specially created for children with autism has opened here in New Rochelle. We Rock the Spectrum Gym, that's the name of it, a chain of gyms for children with special needs, opened its newest location right here on Main Street, according to the story in News 12. We Rock the Spectrum was first opened in California by a mother of a boy with autism in 2010. The chain has since expanded to over 60 locations worldwide. Anna Bordon of Mamaroneck, who is also a mother of a child with autism, connected with the mission of the brand and decided to open a location in Westchester. The gym's features include a zip line, trampoline, and a calming room where kids can go to relax. Again, it's opened on Main Street in New Rochelle. And again, if you want to know the name of it, so you can look them up on the web, the Spectrum Gym. Okay, and it is a chain. Eli Manning, for those of you who got a chance, and me, not the biggest football fan in the world, had to watch this guy that brought me back to the game a little bit, my favorite football player, Eli Manning, played a great game yesterday, considering he hasn't played in about 10 games now. And it looks like this may well have been his last game as a professional. Certainly his last game, or again, perhaps. You never know if they want to give him one more curtain call. But it would have been. It's a nice ending if he decides to move on. Now, the Giants defeated the Miami Dolphins by a score of 36-20, and we'll have more. Well, we may as well tell you the Jets score now. They lost, but the absolutely hard-charging Baltimore Ravens, they lost 42-21. So, no shame in that. We'll be back with more sports later. A main break in Ossining on Sunday is causing raw sewage to flow into the Hudson River. This according to a Westchester County news release and reported in Lohud this morning. The Department of Environmental Facilities is working to capture the sewage before it reaches the river. The break was discovered on Sunday morning and occurred on Kearney's Avenue between the Camies Avenue, between the Camies Cover Pump and Revolutionary Road. I don't know how important that is, but now you know. Westchester County expects the break to be repaired, or will have been repaired by last night, but we don't have any confirmation of that yet. Sewage was flowing at the rate of 30,000 gallons an hour, but the county does not expect it to have a major impact on the river. It is 6:23. This is an interesting story, only because these stories are treated differently at different times, and this has to do with the Pleasantville murder-suicide. Lou, his wife Dorothy, and their 2 children left an apartment in the Forest Hill section of Queens for a house on Romer Avenue in Westchester County. Now, one of their neighbors, Richard Rowland, says he remembers Tom Lou's excitement, that he was a nice man, he was psyched up. I mean, here you had 2 kids in 1 bedroom, they had a really nice community, blah, blah, blah. Now, the reason we'll touch on that story when we come back is in other cases, the family generally of the wife doesn't even want the husband buried at the same time, and there are generally no nice words about the father. So it's an interesting take in this community. Being very familiar with a very similar story some 10 years ago, William Parenti, who killed his wife and 2 children, he is not buried with the family. There were no kind words about him, even though he was a pretty good dad, blah, blah, blah. Just an interesting take on how people react to things at different times. This story out of West Point and reported in News 12 today. West Point and Naval Academy students are under fire for making hand gestures tied to white supremacy during Saturday's Army-Navy football game. A pregame video went viral on Twitter during a sideline report of the game. West Point officials say they are looking into whether the hand symbols made by students behind ESPN broadcaster Reese Davis were intended to be symbols of white supremacy. The Anti-Defamation League maintains a record of hate symbols in September. It added this OK hand gesture to its database, warning of its many interpretations. Now, wow, when we know more, we'll take a look at that story and talk about it. When we know more, so too will you. Very odd story, but it's out there, and it's involving our military. A 71-year-old woman was in critical condition after she was struck by a vehicle. This happened late Friday while walking across East Hartsdale. Wow. It's Monday morning, folks. East Hartsdale Avenue in Hartsdale. This, according to Greenberg Police, and reported in Lohud. The 81-year-old driver of the vehicle remained at the scene and is cooperating with the investigators. This happened around East Hartsdale Avenue, on 45 East Hartsdale Avenue, I should say. Preliminary indications are that the woman was crossing in the middle of the block between Wilson and Columbia. She was heading north. The police accident reconstruction team asked that anyone with information call 914-989-1726, 914-989-1726. Dozens of people came together in White Plains Sunday for a pro-impeachment rally. Congress is set to vote this week on whether to impeach President Donald Trump. This in News 12 this morning. Activities in White Plains, or activists rather, say they gathered to urge Congress to go through with the vote. Indivisible White Plains and other protesters came together as part of the new the nationwide Nobody is Above the Law rallies. The movement intends to show federal lawmakers that local constituents support the process. The House has been investigating whether President Donald Trump withheld military aid to Ukraine unless the country helped him investigate his potential political opponent for the 2020 election. If the vote passes this week, the Republican-led Senate will hold a trial to potentially remove the president from office. Hundreds of similar rallies are expected to take place nationwide tomorrow, the night before a vote takes place. That vote, of course, will take place on Wednesday. Well, it is Christmas time, and the Salvation Army in Yonkers is calling on the community for help this holiday season. Each year it provides food and new toys for families in need. This year, the Salvation Army says it's concerned about whether or not it will be able to raise the funds. Lieutenant Neekinson is asking the public to help by a fiscal donation through the Red Kettles or its office on Main Street, volunteering to help ring the red bells. Anyway, texting Say Help to 41444 for quick donation or donating a new unwrapped toy. And some 82 new affordable housing units are slated for Peekskill. That's correct, 82 apartments at 645 Main Street by developer Wilder Balter Partners. Viewed from Main Street, the building will be 3 stories. As the site slopes downward, behind that it will be 5 stories of apartments. Now, located just under 2 acres between Main Street and Central Avenue, close to the Metro North Railroad Station. So if you're interested, you may want to get a hold of them. Again, the developer is Wilder Balter Partners. Now, what do we mean by affordable in this case? No rents have been set. The housing could serve household incomes in a range of $42,000 to $96,000, possibly as low as $28,000. We're going to keep that one. All righty. Let's take a look at the weather one more time, and then we'll get to some of the regional stories, and we have many. Talk about the national stories and share some sports with you. It is 31 degrees right now. It's going to get up to 35. And only a 10% chance of rain during the day. But the problem is tonight, dangerous conditions of snow, sleet, and freezing rain overspread the area. Most of it, though, north of 287, and the greater hit will be north of that, up in Putnam and et cetera, Rockland. Now, Tuesday, snow, sleet, freezing rain, and rain likely through the afternoon. But again, here in Westchester, we may get some sleet, but mostly rain. Now, tomorrow night, clearing skies, and things will begin to get very cold, and that includes Westchester. Lows in the mid-20s. Wednesday, even more cold, serious cold. Mostly sunny with a few flurries. The high will be 35 degrees. The overnight low will be 14 degrees. And on Thursday, still cold. Sunshine through high, thin clouds. The high will be 26. The overnight low will be 17. And into Friday, sunshine through high, thin clouds. It'll warm up a bit. It'll get up to 32. The overnight low will be 23. And the weather is brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses, and it's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. Our first half of the hour is brought to you by Aging Issues Management, Aging Issues Radio, the law firm of Pena and Kahn, Plug-in Virtual Reality, and Dominic's Fine Cigars. They will be bringing you the results of Jake's picks of the week. We know he won the Giant game. I think he even got 9 points for that one, but we'll find out. He's with us at 8 o'clock. Dominic's Fine Cigars, licensed retailer with a big selection, including Arturo Fuente, Patrons, and more. Dominic's Fine Cigars, located at 204 Boston Post Road, Larchmont. They are open 7 days. And of course, as we get into the bottom of the hour, also supported by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, a top-rated campus of senior care. Visit uhgc.com. Now, some of the other stories in terms of sports that are making some news that we should get to. Joe Burrow won the Heisman Trophy in a record landslide. We thought you'd want to know that. Also, Garrett Cole is now talking about being a Yankee. There, many articles over the weekend said that he will not succumb to any of the pressures that New York's very, very famous for. Madison Bumgarner was now headed to the Diamondbacks, for those of you who have been following the free agency. And the larger question in sports today is who will rather they give Mr. Manning another start. It would be nice. I mean, you look at him yesterday and you say he could help someone, but could he help them over a 16-game season against tougher competition? He threw the ball well. The question is, in this game that's changing, could he run as well? Now, we set aside two of the top stories that we're going to talk about after we... no, actually, we're going to get into some other local stories, and they're all worthy of conversation. But isn't it interesting how different times and different circumstances... Now, we don't know, and we're looking at this Lou story, we do not know why the man who killed his wife and two children, we don't know why he did it yet. We don't know what the circumstances were. And it's sweet that they, in some ways, that they talked about what a wonderful family they had. But very forgiving is Westchester, because the man killed his wife and two kids. I think if you want to say, as a matter of news, at least this is my take, as a matter of news, that, gee, he was a good guy, shocking. That's okay. But I don't know. But literally, I don't know. I'm not being just skeptical. I really don't know why, though, you would talk lovingly of the whole family. Now, what's good about it is it certainly gives an acknowledgement to mental illness, I guess, if that is what drove this man. Now, in the case that I speak of, only because I knew it well, because I was close to it, of Bill Parenti 10 years ago, in the famous case where he killed his wife and two children in a hotel room in Baltimore. It was later found out that it was a Ponzi scheme that he was running, and as the market collapsed in 2008 and 9, his Ponzi scheme became revealed. So, but what they did is they didn't bury them in the same place, they didn't wake them in the same place, and all of the kind words were set aside for the mother and the two children. And Mr. Parenti was in death, as ostracized as one could be. I'm not saying he should not have been. I just find it interesting how these two stories are so different, some 10 years apart. The other story that I set aside was, I hope people aren't reading too much into okay signs and things like that. This is the hand gesture that purportedly took place in the Army-Navy game. And earlier this month, West Point was under fire for a motto on a spirit flag used by the school's football team. The letters GFBD, which stands for God, Forgiveness, Brothers Don't, were on a skull and crossbones flag. The slogan has been said to be tied to white supremacists and gangs. But I'm wondering if they even knew that. I mean, if there really was this kind of hate signal, I think they should get to it right away and get rid of it. Now, a lot of people do things and don't know they're so-called signs of white supremacy. So let's give these soldiers the benefit of the doubt, or these, and mostly soldiers go to those games, West Point and Navy Academy students. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. I mean, if they were giving an okay sign, I mean, if that's a sign of white supremacy, I wasn't aware of it, and perhaps it is, but what matters is if the people that did it were aware of it, if they had intent. Now, this is sort of a little bit of an I told you so as we go regionally, but I was so glad to see it, only because there's this tendency. And in fact, when we did our monologues on Friday, we talked about this a little bit, and we talked about why the Bob Coxes and Hezi Arises of this world, both of whom will be with us today, why they're so important to us, and that they don't allow municipalities to sugarcoat stuff. And it was just an instinct. I had not what I'm about to share with you in front of me at that time. But when we did the horrible story of the 18-year-old who was killed in Morningside Park, I couldn't help, as someone who sometimes even against their interests has to do the news every day and read the news in detail every day, Morningside Park kept coming back to me. Northern Manhattan kept coming back to me. Parts of Harlem kept coming back to me, is where on one hand, I would read about how these neighborhoods had turned around, but on the other hand, I was always doing stories that suggest, well, maybe they have turned around, but that suggests there's still very trouble. And don't you know, this following after the death of this young lady, violent crime at Morningside Park is up 82% in a year. The fatal mugging of Bernard College freshman Tessa Majors in Morningside Park last week, allegedly at the hands of 3 boys. The killer about this story is they were ages 13 and 14. How young do you have to be wrong-headed? They came as little surprise, and this is what's important, and this was in the Post. It came as little surprise in a neighborhood already reeling from rising crime statistics and resident complaints of roving bands of violent youths. Oh, but you can't say that, because then you don't know. It'll hurt housing prices. Don't talk about it too much. The neighborhood's coming back. Don't mention it. And God, please don't mention it. And don't mention if they're black, because that would be racist, or if they're white, because that would be racist against them. And I just threw that in to be politically correct. By comparison, there were 10 reported muggings in Brooklyn's Prospect Park and 9 in Claremont Park in the Bronx that period. Reports of violent crime overall spiked 82% in Morningside Park and on its perimeter in the past year, ending December 8, according to NYPD stats. And it's just a horrible, horrible story. And this boy, who is an only alleged so far, young kid, 13-year-old, ruining his life. Evidently, this kid, his parents died early. He was being brought up by his aunt and an uncle, and they were kind of blaming each other, according to one story. But it's just a tough story. But the real point I'm trying to get at here is, don't sugarcoat these stories. Please, municipalities, and manhandle the press, who it seems too amenable to report about, this whole neighborhood's coming back. We only had 8 killings last year. Well, those neighborhoods are coming back, but they're still dangerous, some of them. All right, here's another one. And I don't enjoy doing these stories. And families yell at me, my families, you shouldn't be doing negative stories. No, we have to call attention to this stuff. And more importantly, we have to call attention to the social issues that lead this. Now, this is a story that is heartbreaking. And I'm sorry to bring it to you, and we got some fun stuff to do later. But his young name was Zamir Perkins, a sweet, adorable child named ZP, was deprived of food, sleep, thrust into icy showers, and relentlessly beaten with belts and sticks by his mother and her boyfriend. Now, first of all, these boyfriends who date these women that have children, well, fine. Great. Maybe you'll be a father to the child. Maybe you'll be a husband to the woman, even if it's not proscribed by a church or a court. That's a great thing. But why do we keep reading about these situations where it becomes sport for the guy to beat the child, and in this case, beat him to death? One doctor said he had more breaks in his ribs than he had ribs. And then just to punish him, they put him in a cold shower. And why would any woman worth her salt as a mother allow this? And we read these stories. This just doesn't happen once. It's all the time. And it casts a great aspersion on the Department of Social Services. And what we learn is their hands are tied a little bit. Do you really want them to address the problem? You can't really address the problem. They start addressing the problem and get into causes. They will be the subject of demonstrations, for God's sakes. The 6-year-old died in agony on September 26th in the family's filthy, roach-infested Harlem apartment when the malnourished child defecated in the living room. Raisheem Smith, the boyfriend of the boy's mother, beat him like a piñata, quote-unquote, with a broom handle and dumped him under a cold shower while she passively looked on. Smith then bludgeoned Zamir with a shower curtain rod, cutting the boy's head, and hung him in wet clothes on a bathroom door hook where he took his last breath. A prosecutor said this month in Smith's Manhattan Supreme Court murder trial, the child had more rib fractures than he had ribs, as I said. Zamir's shocking death shone a harsh light on the city's child welfare agency, the Administration for Children's Services. Now, the reason we mention this in the larger context is You got the mayor of New York City always talking about how safe and wonderful the city is and how progressive everything is and how wonderful everything is. And he has this agency that is failing children every day. And that's a horrible job. But the problem is we have a lot of this problem. New York City has a lot of this. Oh, this is New York, the Big Apple. No, it's there are parts of New York that are diseased in terms of these agencies. You've got to help these kids. And I don't know what the answer is. You know, you've got a lot of parents, you have a lot of couples, you have a lot of non-couples, you have a lot of, quote, boyfriends and baby mamas together who treat children this way. And I don't know how much these agencies, I mean, they can at least take the child away from the mother. But what are we going to do? I mean, how do we do that? And what right does an agency have to take a child away from the mother? Where's the line? It's codified somewhere, but we're going to have a lot of people and a lot of people who care, but then a lot of people who are willing to talk honestly about the social conditions that create this problem. Now, here's an interesting story, kind of apropos of the two I did. The three boys suspected, and this is Mr. Carranza's school system, by the way. The three boys suspected in Tessa Major's murder are students at a school that lags far behind the rest of the city in academics. PS 180 on West 120th Street is steps from Morningside Park, where the Barnard freshman 18 was stabbed Wednesday. But despite smaller than typical class sizes and a principal who professes a culture of care, on the school website, the academic results at the K-8 school fall short. Only 12% of the students tested at or above grade level on the 2018 state math exam, and just 26% tested at or above grade level, 26% on the state English exam. The citywide average is 51. Not that that's great either. The student population is mixed. Just over half are black, 28% are Hispanic, 13% are white, and 3% Asian. The 2018-19 New York City school survey found 68% of PS 180 students say bullying happens almost all of the time, and 70% say they felt safe in the halls, bathrooms, and locker room. But that's good. That's good that they feel safe, compared to 84% citywide. Principal Jenica Parker refused comment on Saturday. Yeah, no kidding. I almost used another word, no kidding. Mr. Carranza, great job. Keep it up. That's the racist commissioner, by the way, the racist superintendent of schools chancellor in New York City. Some good news, though, with these kinds of problems going on. There seems to have been a U-turn towards police officers, and that students at various places are welcoming cops. Again, we go to the murder of Bernard College freshman Tessa Majors. Students at the colleges who have long decried undercover police presences on their campuses. This is kind of like the SRO debate we had here in New Rochelle. Now they've begun calling for more cops following last week's murder. I thought you didn't like the cops, young folks. Well, there's always a balance. You know, you don't want them to come in heavy-handed. You don't want them to violate your rights. You don't want them to be racist or religiously prejudiced or any of that. My friends and I see people who are definitely not Columbia students smoking, I don't know what, on campus. There was a guy who had his genitals out in front of the freshman dorms. In the early 2000s, Columbia warned students that Morningside Park wasn't safe, but then they stopped. I am from here, so I know where to walk. People come from here and other places, and they think everywhere is safe. But that's not always the case, said one student. So, yes, you do need police around these areas. Oh, no, people be upset. You know, the truth is a very difficult thing. But don't worry, we're going to get to lighthearted stuff. I know people in my family are banging their tables and their computers. Why are you doing this negative stuff? Because it's in the news. And part of our job here and in the news business is to represent the public and the public's interests as best we can. And the fact that governments everywhere, and we understand why they do it, always have to put lipstick on whatever pig they have because they want people to be happy and they want to get voted in and they want housing prices to stay the same and they want to pretend that their schools are good if they're mediocre or better yet, if they're not good at all. Hello, New York City. All right. Again, I don't it's not that I choose these stories. They choose us because we need to call out about it. And calling out about this one, we'll be talking with our go-to defense attorney and former investigator about this one. I hope Mike Duffy's listening this morning. He can do his homework. Last Christmas, Jose Zambrano Rodriguez surprised his little sister with a spontaneous road trip to Manhattan, to Miami. Wonderful guy. I hate when they start stories like this, to grab you by the heart. Look, I get it, and I agree with the tone of the story, but the fact of the matter is that he was surrounded by three guys, and that asked him for a cigarette. He didn't smoke, so I don't have any. Sorry. So he kept walking down the street with his girlfriend, and three guys came up to him. And one of them punched him so hard that he fell back, hit his head, and died. And the family just discovered that the guy's out on bail because there's some rule. One punch can't be considered a terrible crime. So my son is dead, the person said. That is a fact, and the man who murdered him is out on bail. Well, a murder is not a murder till a court says it is, but the man who punched him. Legal experts say that even if the alleged punch led to Rodriguez's death, upgrading the assault charge to manslaughter would depend on a very difficult proposition of proving there was an intent to kill. Well, I realize all that. But hope you're listening, Mike Duffy. We're going to ask you about this and what are families expected to do. When will we reach the point, and I hope we never do, particularly when it comes to domestic violence, because you already all know how I feel about that. When it comes to domestic violence, it's the one breaking of the law that, how do I do this? Kind of like OJ said, if I did it. If I were so inclined, I would tell you got to take that matter into your own hands. And if the guy beat your daughter or your wife or your ex-wife or your girlfriend or your sister, maybe once you let him get away with it and give him the death warning after he maybe walks funny for a couple of weeks. But after that, you got to do what you got to do because the way our laws are set up. And I understand that. I don't know the answer. But what I do understand is that those things lead to death if you don't do something about it. You would kill cancer, wouldn't you, if you could? That's the whole point. One day, get a chance to look at the great movie Sling Blade. It's all about that dynamic. It is 6:49. You're listening to Radio Westchester. I'm Bob Marrone. We're going through a news and commentary, and we'll open up the phones in a little bit. You can participate in this. Now, I promised, because it's Christmas, that I lighten it up. Look, I even wore a Christmas shirt. Tomorrow I'm going to put up some lights around here and stuff, okay? You think I like doing that nose? What this here? You think I like doing that news? No, it's painful, but it's important. I know you want nicer news. I really do. But I also have an obligation to the people that listen. That's why you look at the people we have. We're going to have two people on today, and I'm going to go over the lineup in a minute. Hezi Harris is breaking a story out of Yonkers, and Bob Cox, who's been following a number of different stories. He's with us at 9 o'clock, as he is each and every Monday. But let's go over the lineup now. Vince Russo joins us at 7:20. At 7:35, George Latimer, the county executive. We'll ask him about that sewer break. 8 o'clock, the great Jake Schaefer and his picks. 8:20, Hezi Harris breaking a story. We told him on Friday, you got that story to break, you call us. Tom Abenante, the very, very active state assemblyman from Westchester, will be with us. So we're doing a lot of that. Now, just a couple of little notes, little lighter side things for the holiday. Cats of the holiday season with a movie musical version of Cats. No, okay. We're going there. I've been asked to go here. No, actually, it is nice. Are you a cat or a dog person? Now, I mentioned this to my grandson yesterday, and he said he hates cats, and that disappointed me because I love cats and dogs, but cats are a different breed. What I like about cats and why I've always liked cats is that they're kind of like the independent. In many ways, they're more American than dogs because, they don't want any kings, any masters. Hey, I'm somebody too is kind of what cats say. But also, if you're good to them, they give you a lot of affection back. And one thing they do, their version of tail wagging, purring is pretty cool. But I like cats. I like their independence. I like the fact that you can let them out and they come back at night to dinner just like another member of the family. I don't know that they're hateful, but some people don't like them. They want the lap dog, and I understand that. It's kind of like being Attorney General today. You can have an Attorney General. You could squish him on the head. Hello, little bar. How are you? You'll do whatever I want with you. And that's great. But I love dogs for that reason. So, and I also love that you can establish a connection. One of the hardest cries I've ever had is when, well, it was my daughter's Great Dane, which I kind of adopted. I would walk him every chance I got. When that dog died, a piece of me died with him. In fact, that's when I started the first column I ever had published that wasn't in a work journal, was about my Great Dane. So yeah, I probably am a little partial to dogs in that way because you really do get a one-on-one relationship with them. You're never really sure if the cat kind of like knows. I mean, they know you, but it's like they could live without you. But I'm wondering what your favorite animal is. Some other things that are in the news that are pretty good. And speaking of animals, there was a piece in one of the Jersey papers. And we kind of knew this. You know, they have service dogs in a lot of hospices now. They bring in animals. Cats as well. Cats are great to fondle. Sounds terrible, you know what I mean, to pet and rub and all that kind of stuff. But so, too, dogs just, I mean, there's a picture here of a dog licking a person. They're finding out as well that a lot of kids, maybe we need more in colleges, you know, a lot of kids that are going nuts through finals, trying to apply for college, that they respond to an animal very, very well and helps them relax. Very interesting stuff. So now I know we're not turning into the Westchester magazine that only wants to talk about food and some of the other outlets that just want to talk about dogs. I mean, even News 12, and they've been doing a really good job of late, just in general. But still, for 2 weeks, one of their lead stories was, you know, about cats or dogs and what's the name of your cat, who's got a bit. And I guess it's sweet, but you know, you can go too far with it too. All right. More stuff on the lighter side. Okay. Who doesn't like Tom Hanks? On January 5, Let's All Toast Tom Hanks, this piece says. He receives the 2020 Cecil B. DeMille Award at the Golden Globes on NBC. The legendary actor will join a prestigious club that includes Meryl Streep, Oprah Winfrey, and his Philadelphia co-star Denzel Washington. Grew up just down a couple of miles away from here, and one of both of these guys are two of my favorites. Denzel Washington here from Mount Vernon. He'll be recognized for a 40-year career that includes 8 Golden Globes and beloved performances in some of America's most memorable films. And there were more than this, but Forrest Gump, Toy Story, Apollo 13, Castaway, Sleepless in Seattle, and just all kinds of things that he's done. And God knows what he's going to get from Mr. Rogers, where we're hearing all kinds of things. And he's done all kinds of roles. You know, in fact, he actually played a role as a nasty guy once. And guys like him and I forget the other one, but it'll come to me in a little while. Kevin Costner almost never do. Well, he played, Tom Hanks did, an angry, hard-drinking, miserable, angst-ridden comedian once. It was one of his greatest roles, but it just doesn't make you popular. It's interesting. The guy who gets away with playing bad guys and gets Oscars for it is the guy from, Silence of the Lambs. He's terrific. But anyway, Kevin Costner, very special. And then he played the captain of that ship. He played a guy in trouble and did a really good job. So I'm a big fan of his. All right, there's a movie coming out. For those of you who watch this program generally or listen to it, you're probably news freaks. So being that, now this isn't for or against Fox. This is different. I mean, I can beat Fox like a rented mule all day and enjoy it, but this is about the issues that they have, and it's interesting to see who they're going to have play who. And the movie's called Women versus Fox. Charlize Theron, who's 44, plays Megyn Kelly, and Nicole Kidman, 52, is playing Gretchen Carlson in the new movie Bombshell. It hits theaters later this week, the 20th. It's the true story account of a group of female Fox News employees who brought down the network CEO Roger Ailes. John Lithgow plays Ailes, by the way, and exposed his toxic reign of harassment and intimidation. Quote, I don't want my daughters to go through sexual harassment. We don't want our sisters to go through that. We don't want our mothers to go through that. We just want to be able to go to work and feel safe, says Theron. One of my faves, this can only get me in trouble, folks, but one of my faves is Charlize Theron, and Nicole Kidman ain't too bad either. I'm just saying, I like their acting, and excellent stars and all that good stuff. I've got more. This is lighthearted. This is fun. I had no idea that any place in this day and age, given political correctness, both appropriate and over the top, that I would read a story like this, but it's absolutely true. And it was in one of the newspapers over the weekend. The Italian town of Piabico, I pronounced it right, has made a name for itself by celebrating its ugliest residents. It has the Ugly Person of the Year award, and they've been doing it. Now, get this. Since 1879, over 150 years ago, the Central Italian enclave of roughly 2,000 people has been home, and I love this, the Club di Brutti, the Ugly Club. I can't wait till some of my callers come in today. I'm going to say, would you like to be a member of the Club di Brutti? And I'm wondering how many, if they're not listening now, will know what I'm asking them. Brutte means like faccia brutte. Anyway, it's called the Ugly Club, as an association whose members come together to appreciate inner beauty. The new members like Gianpaolo Galvani, that's one of the guys they showed a picture of. He's actually a good-looking guy. I can't figure this out, at least not that I'm a good expert at that, of knowing that. They're being evaluated and manhandled by what are called jurists, and they're ranked along a scale ranging from unspecified to extraordinarily ugly. I, as my callers call in today, shall designate who are the extraordinarily ugly ones, and then I'll lock the front door. Okay, it is 6:58, coming up on 7 o'clock. I have, now again, we're kind of, and it's kind of nice, we're at a little bit of a pause in the impeachment hearings. We all know how it's going to go, or the impeachment. They're going to vote for impeachment. He's going to be acquitted by the Senate, and just so, we've got to do the story, but there's nothing really new in it today. There are all the nuances. Comey came out over the weekend and said that, wow, the FBI does need to be looked into in terms of their methods and processes. The Republicans are saying, hey, we're not going to do this while you do this just as a show trial. We're not, and we're doing our best. At least that's their strategy, to just say the whole process is illegitimate. And the Democrats are going to say, just look at these facts. He is abusing his power, and they're going to stalemate, and we'll go on. And we'll go on to an election, and that's what will take center stage. And just as well, let the people decide. That is a sacred American thing. And again, whether you like it or not, whether one day history will come back and say that the Democrats tried too hard or the Republicans were not interested in the truth, whatever it may be. It almost doesn't matter, because one of the things the Founding Fathers knew was that it had to be political as well as legal. And so they didn't put any real hard and fast rules down. And at the end of the day, and this is the most interesting aspect of this, a president is impeached only and if the people that have the majority in the Senate at that time, or whomever in the Senate, if it happens to be bipartisan, if they are convinced that the crime committed, see, that's where I line up. I mean, the president obviously did this. I'm not even going to argue it anymore. But do I think he should be removed from office given this wide berth and given how much impeachment could hurt the country? No. Now, I do think that the president's already hurt the country in 1,000 ways. But legally, he's got a right to do that until he does something. And other people go, no, we need to get him out. I understand that. I understand why you feel that way. And a part of me says that if he broke the law, we ought to push hard. But realistically, it's not going to happen. So get out and vote. Everybody, both sides. Vote twice if you can. All right, Bibi is in a lot of trouble. The difference between Israel's system and ours is you can indict a sitting president. With Israel heading to its third straight election in a year, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has managed to buy some much-needed time as he tries to fend off a slew of criminal corruption charges. But the embattled Israeli leader heads into the 3-month campaign weakened within his own party, facing additional legal questions about his political future and squaring off against an increasingly popular opponent. So that, and one last look and comment about Brexit. The world's going to move on from Brexit, and I know you read about it a lot, but it is very important. We're going to get Marrone to weigh in and see what the reaction is overseas. But you know, the European Union is as anxious to get rid of the Brits as the Brits are now anxious to get rid of them. But Great Britain, and we talked about this on Friday, I'm not going to belabor the point, but Great Britain is on the verge of de-evolving into just England. It won't be Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, the British Isles, as it were, the United Kingdom. It will be England again. And they'll throw in Wales because Wales doesn't. Wales is the dog in the equation, since we use those metaphors. And Scotland is the cat. They don't just love you because they're in the house. So we shall see. And also from an economic point of view and everything else, it may not be in Northern Ireland's and Scotland's best interest to stay in their union, the Great Britain. So we shall see. It is 7:03, and we do have to reset, and I know many of you are interested. I see we got a call there already, and we will call back that caller in a moment, but we do have to reset at the top of the hour. It is 7:03. It's 31 degrees across Westchester County. It's going to get up to 36 today, but let us reset, and you stay right there. Welcome once again. It is 7:03. This is Mornings with Bob Marrone. I am Bob Marrone. You're listening to Radio Westchester right here. You can listen on RadioWestchester.com. That was a train, by the way. RadioWestchester.com. You can get our app and put it on MyTuner Radio and listen in your phone, listen in the car, listen in the space shuttle. We're also available today right here on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Periscope, all of those outlets. 31 getting to 34. And let's get to the weather first. The weather is brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses, and it's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. Again, 31 headed to 36. The real story, though, and it was our top story, is the weather tonight. Now, it gets overdone because we're here in the Hudson Valley. We are going to have dangerous conditions, snow, sleet, and freezing rain, but it's overspread over a large area. Icy roads and significant ice accumulation is possible. Now listen to this, not here in Westchester per se, maybe the northern regions, Orange, Ulster, Dutchess, and Putnam. Mainly snow is likely north of those areas with rain developing to the south. The south would be us here in Westchester. The temperatures will hold steady in the upper 20s and low 30s. Power outages are possible, but again, here it's going to be wet and maybe slushy, and that's tonight's commute. Now into tomorrow, Tuesday, snow, sleet, freezing rain, and rain likely through the afternoon. Dangerous road conditions and icing conditions are likely again. Icing conditions and dangerous roads, Orange, Ulster, Dutchess, and Putnam. Some snow accumulation is possible as well. Expect mainly rain across Rockland and Westchester. Highs will be in the mid-30s. Tomorrow night, clearing skies with very cold temperatures and icy conditions. Lows in the mid-20s. Wednesday, mostly sunny with a few flurries. The high will be 35 degrees. The overnight low will be 14. Thursday, sunshine through high thin clouds. The high will be 26. The overnight low will be 17 degrees. Friday, sunshine through high thin clouds again, and it's going to warm up. A balmy day, 32 degrees. The overnight low will be 23. We're going to take a look at the headlines for you, and then we will get back to those first couple of phone calls, and we will call one of them as well. Now, I put it over here. It's here. Come on, stories. Let's go. Where are you? Da-da-da-da-da. My desk is only so big. It's not like a big, giant newsroom desk or any of that, but I have my stories right here. We already told you about the wintry mix. The other big story, a 19-year-old New Rochellian was shot in the arm during an argument in White Plains. Police say a 19-year-old from New Rochelle was shot in the arm during an argument. The shooting happened on Mamaroneck, at the corner of Mamaroneck and Martine Avenues. He was taken to White Plains Hospital. The injuries are not considered serious. Now, something kind of cool here in New Rochelle. A gym especially for children with autism is opened here. We Rock the Spectrum Gym. That's the name of it. Again, you want to take that down so you can go on their website, see where they're at. We Rock the Spectrum Gym, a chain of gyms for children with special needs. And it opened right here on Main Street. We Rock the Spectrum was first opened in California by a mother of a boy with autism in 2010. The chain has since expanded to over 60 locations worldwide. And Bourdon of Mamaroneck, who is also a mother of a child with autism, connected with the mission of the brand and decided to open one here. The gym's features include a zip line, trampoline, and a calming room where kids can go to relax. Kudos to them, and because, I get to be the editor here, and because I've always enjoyed Eli Manning, in 2007, he won me over forever during that Super Bowl, because I followed a lot of football when I was young, not a lot as I grew up, but Giants, 36, Dolphins, 20. Eli played very well. May very well be his last pro game, may very well be his last Giant game, but there still is rumblings. Maybe they'll give him another start because, they do get paid to win, A, B. Mr. Jones may not be ready yet, and C, maybe they just want to give him another start just for the sake of their public. The Jets got beaten, but they're forgiven yesterday because the Baltimore Ravens are just on a roll, and they defeated the Jets by a score of 42-21. And another story, I know we're going to ask George Latimer about it, and I put it after the football story because people do care about Eli Manning. And this is a main break in Ossining yesterday. It's causing raw sewage to flow into the Hudson River. The Department of Environmental Facilities is working to capture the sewage before it reaches the river. The break was discovered on Sunday morning and occurred on Chemies Avenue between Chemies Cover Pump and Revolutionary Road. I don't know why I put that part of the story in. Lohud's very thorough. Thank you for this, Lohud. The county expected that it was fixed last night, but we'll ask George Latimer about that when he calls in some 21 minutes from now. Now we've got 7:03, 7:08. Let's get the first person that called. We'll get him back on the horn. And okay, and I don't know that I'm sure who this caller is, but we're calling them back. This is the one and only Radio Westchester. Good morning, you're on Radio Westchester. You're on the air.
Good morning, Bobby. It's Anthony.
Hey, Anthony, what's up?
I implore you to look at the interview with Comey and Chris Wallace yesterday. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. That was Fox. That's not considered news.
Oh, well, yeah.
I'm sorry, Bob. I'm sorry. I would ask you to stoop so low.
No, I consider Chris Wallace a worthy newsman. Yes, I do.
And you can say what you want about Fox. Their opinion shows are labeled opinion shows.
Yes, that's true.
And I do miss Shep, because as much as I disagree with him, I always would like to at least listen to the other side.
Well, you're a fair-minded man. No, I get that.
Okay, but I implore you to watch the interview, even if it's just the actual snippet that's going around, because you will see that Comey did not readily admit when the question was first posed to him,
mm-hmm.
that the Pfizer process was flawed. And only when they played back his comments initially that said that the first investigation found no flaws and it was, driven like the white of snow.
Mm-hmm.
Only when he was pressed a second time and showed his comments then and now did he admit that there were serious problems with the Pfizer warrant, but he tried to hide behind the opening paragraph.
I'm glad you said that because I was not aware of that. I did research the news today, and he said there were serious problems with it, but I didn't know it was on, if you will, retort that he did that. That's very interesting.
Right. What I'd like to ask you this.
Sure, go ahead.
In the latest report by the IG, it said that the investigations was started without political bias, basically. I'm paraphrasing now.
Yes,
okay?
Of course.
Okay. But if you, as your investigation, as it develops, and that's your initial assessment, and then you find later on that the same people who opened up the investigation had a political bias, how could you say with a clear head that the investigation was not? I can understand him saying it draws into question whether or not
Yeah, go ahead.
But,
Okay,
but how
I'll
could you
give you
say
my
with
answer.
any,
I'll give you my
but how
answer.
could you say with any definitive knowledge, because you've now, at the end of your investigation, you've proven these people to be biased.
I
So
think,
why wouldn't their biased motives be part of opening
you know,
the investigation?
I got to tell you, this one is a good question, and it's actually caused me some sleep. And I don't know if did you ever see the movie, the real good one, not the one with John Travolta, but the Gotti movie with Armand Assante, one of the best gangster movies ever done. It was done by HBO, and there's a scene in it after Gotti gets off 3 times, and I thought of this. This really speaks to your point, because at what point are you just trying to get the guy? There's a scene after Gotti gets acquitted the 3rd time, and the guy gets in charge of the investigation. He says, "I want to get this guy. I want to get this guy." And I do think that takes over. Yeah. So I couldn't say definitively that it wasn't politically motivated, but I think to use words more carefully, I don't think it was a political operation.
Okay, and you know what?
And I'm sure it
you know,
exaggerated. I'm sure it got I mean, I think the Democrats clearly, whether or not Trump did something that is impeachable, clearly it's political for them. I mean, there's no question about that.
I'll disagree with you, because I'll go back to even before any of the people going after Trump started going after him. Again, and I brought this point up to you many times.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it that when they went after certain operatives from the Trump campaign, that they walked into their businesses and their homes and seized computers, but yet gave the DNC the option of turning over their computers when they knew had hard evidence that Russia had hacked in and was trying to interfere, and allowed the DNC to deny the request?
I don't know. I can't answer that.
But what I'm saying to you is that lends itself to believing that it was a political process long before we ever got to this
I
stage.
can see why people would feel that way. I really do. But I think also, and both sides do this, Anthony. What happens?
But you know me. I want them all to go.
No, I know
I
you
want
do.
everyone to go.
Likewise.
Of every stripe. I don't care if
No,
they're Democrat,
because then what
Republican,
happens?
Libertarian, or donkey worshiper.
How did you know I was a donkey worshiper? Did you?
We know what part goes over the fence last, so it is what it is.
Your points are really good, and they're nuanced. We need more of that, because you know what? I think about this all the time. I mean, it really does. I mean, I've been complaining about it. It keeps me up nights. What does bother me, now I know the president's done a lot of things that drive people nuts, but I mean, it's this. There's this constant pursuit of the guy. It just doesn't end, and I can see why it would frustrate people. But I also see why it frustrates people, particularly me, when people just say, "Oh, it's all just a hoax," and I wish they wouldn't go that far. I wish they would just both sides deal with what's going on.
And that's the problem. The extremes are driving the buses today.
You're not
There's
kidding.
no doubt about it.
Hey,
I got to tell you, Facebook is somewhat of an outlet for me, because I love yanking chains.
No kidding. You like
and I do it for one reason, because I mean, you look at my homepage, you'll see very few, if any. I shouldn't say if any. There are a few
political statements or opinions. Okay, 99%.
It's grandchild.
Family oriented.
It's huge,
okay?
yeah.
But there are people that I engage on a multiple time daily basis. Okay, just because they are driven by hate.
I know.
That's what bothers me.
I know.
That's what bothers me. They hate the president. They hate all Republicans. They hate anybody who doesn't believe exactly what they
do.
Anybody who doesn't march in lockstep. And that goes on all sides.
Yeah, I know. I couldn't agree with you more. That's just killing me. I agree with you today. Oh, God help me. Hey, Anthony, I want to have a little fun. Did you see this story about the ugliest guy in the city of Piabolillo, whatever the heck it is?
I'm surprised you didn't make the top 10.
You beat me to the punch, damn it. I was going to give my punchline and said, that was a good picture of you. Damn it. Thank you very much.
Listen, we can argue over who's 9 or 10, but we're definitely in there.
I hate you. Good, have a great day. I'll talk to you later. All righty, we're going to get to you. Give me a moment here. I'm pressing buttons, throwing switches, and in the evening, I am chilling. I know who this is. This is Snarky himself. Good morning. You're listening.
Good morning, Bob.
How are you, my friend? What's going on? I saw your picture in the paper today.
I thought that was you.
Oh, thank
Tell
goodness.
me.
Both of you.
Tell
I
me.
hate you too. No, they did this story, the ugliest guys in this. This is one city since
Oh,
1870.
so that was you.
Yeah, it was me. Both you. You know, it's funny. You and Anthony don't agree on anything except when it comes to abusing me.
Well,
What's on your mind?
certain things bring people together. Well, first of all, I'd like to share with you. There was an interesting piece in the paper about the vote in New Rochelle.
Yes, please.
And, since you've been here, there's been the great North-South divide. How
Yes.
the North, they're so different than the South, and the South is so different than the North.
Mm-hmm.
And do you know, I don't have the article in front of me, but it was almost exactly the same vote of people who voted for no, the same amount of people in the North,
Yes.
and voted for no. In fact, the South was 62.9% in the South and 62.8% in the North. So apparently we're not so different. apparently just because people don't want, have always created this North-South divide, we apparently are one New Rochelle.
We're getting there.
We're
I've
not
always
getting
thought
there.
of it
We're
as
not-
one.
No, my friend, we're not getting
That's just
there.
a figure
We're
of
there.
speech.
We're there, and we've always been there.
That's an
So,
aphorism. I learned a new word the other day, an aphorism. I thought I had a really good vocabulary, but I knew the word, but it's an axe. That's an old axe. That's all it is. It's an old slogan.
Okay. And as far I heard you talking about your favorite trivia. All I say is a couple of things I like to say.
Please.
The deep state is made up of Republicans. The FBI does not have liberals. Is not overwhelmed by liberals. People who go into law enforcement.
Yeah,
They tend to
are
tilt
right.
conservative
That's
and
true.
Republicans.
That's an insightful comment from Snorkels. Go ahead.
So let's understand that this was not a conspiracy.
I understand
of the
that.
left.
Right. I understand that.
Two, I had this agreement, this discussion with someone yesterday, and I said, his concern was the Democrats have been after Trump since day one. I said, you're right. And why is it from day one he's given them things to go after? If you're a drug dealer, you don't go in front of the police with your bag of heroin.
No.
It usually doesn't wind up too well. If you're a bank robber, you don't send a note to the FBI. I'm going to be robbing this bank tomorrow. You might want to stop by. He was told by the FBI, by other people, and by the Obama administration, do not stay away from Flynn. So what did he do? He said, screw all of you. I don't need to listen to you. I'm going to give him a top position. So, when people say he wasn't one, he has been one. He just does what he wants to do. And then he says the rules just don't apply to me. And when they do, everybody gets upset, like, why are they doing this to him?
By the way, speaking of Flynn, I lost my best conservative commentator when Flynn got in trouble. His deputy. Remember his deputy, her name escapes me now. She was a regular with me for 10 years.
Yes, she got into a little trouble herself.
Yeah. She was really good. I miss her.
McFarland.
Yeah, Katie McFarland. She was the deputy who went down with him. Although she wasn't accused of anything, but it just hurt her being associated with the guy. Brilliant woman, smart woman. Really, I miss her. I'm going to try and get her back on when this wears down a bit. So continue. I'm sorry, I interrupted you. It's 7:20. Vince will be calling soon.
I can understand. The right team. They've been after him since day one. Yes, because he's been giving them stuff to work with since day one. And you'll get people on the phone who say, "Well, he wasn't my first choice; he was my 18th choice." And why was he your 18th choice? Because he's the type of guy who he is. I agree with him. He's no different, and that's the problem I think the Democrats have. Is people showing that he's a crook or a slime ball? He was before he got elected, and people knew that and still elected him. So I don't think that, that really doesn't matter to people whether he's corrupt or a slime ball and not a nice guy or misogynist. He was all of those things before. And people knew that, and they voted for him. So I'm not sure when the Democrats are trying to prove that that's what he is. Well, you don't have to prove that's what he is. We all know that's what he is. But yet he still got elected.
Well, he is, and you know how it's going to end in January. He's not going to be removed from office, and so we go to the election. Let me just ask you this before I go to my first guest of the day. Will he be reelected?
If I was to say right now, no. But I got to, you know what? Until the Democrats actually have a
candidate,
actual candidate, this is all just foreplay.
Okay.
That's what it is.
Well, foreplay can be a lot of fun.
Foreplay can, and that's why we all engage in it.
Oh, my God. Well, I'm going to get on my next guest because I'm going to introduce him as the winner of that.
You're going to get on your next guest?
You see, you're all getting. Didn't you guys see my beautiful Christmas shirt here? It's holiday season. I'm trying to lighten it up. Listen.
And Bob, tonight's my office Christmas party, so I will be having a good time. It's good cheers to all. You're absolutely right.
Absolutely. And we got to do something special for Christmas. I'll figure it out. Mitchell, thank you very much. Mitchell calling in. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to see, we have this feature where I can call back a caller that I want. And he's going to complain. Oh, yeah, I called. You were busy. All right, we go to our first scheduled guest of the day. We will have more open calls later. How could he not answer? Oh, there he did. He did answer. It's, of course, Vincent Russo. We like to say hello to him to start each day off, a very eclectic tastes. And I don't know that we're going to do it today, but he did want to talk about what it's like to be a public official. But I had a couple of things to ask him for. Please welcome. He is a Republican, by the way. He is a Republican. Yes, he's an elected official in another state, but one of the commentators on our program. Vince Russo, good morning.
Good morning, Bob. Man, that is a wild-looking sweater there, partner.
You like this, huh? This is.
It's not one of the ugliest I've seen, but it's up there.
But but this is the only way I can ever get into the eerie thing. Anyway, you won a. I saw in the paper today. You won. You should know where this is going if you were listening.
No, I did not win.
No, well, it's right here in your home heath here in your city here, the ugliest face contest. Here it is. Let me see. Can you believe they have the Italian town of Piabico has made, you barres, by the way. Remember when we were growing up, and all of my Italian American listeners can appreciate this. We always, like my grandmother used to yell at me, I didn't realize my father was, because I didn't know him, as you know. I didn't know my father was Sicilian. And my grandmother used to say, see, that's why you're in trouble today, because the only good Sicilians are dead Sicilians. See, my grandmother used to tell me that. And then the Barres are supposed to have hard heads. You think you have ethnic problems in the other groups? We Italians hate each other. The people in the South hate the North hates the South, and then you got the blue-eyed beauties from the Bajulu Park.
Genoa.
From Genoa.
Genoese.
Genoa is the salami capital of the world. You know what's in? And then there's Bologna or Bologna.
Bologna.
No one ever says you're full of a city, but what was the one that the Calabrese? What's that one supposed to be? Do you know?
Well, that's the island of Calabria.
All right. Yeah, we have a Calabria National Association here. And a really wonderful,
I'm not surprised.
A wonderful guy, Dominic Procopio, is like the head of it. He's also the head of the Civil Service Commission. We got a lot of stuff up here. Anyway, I digress. I tried, if you were listening, I tried to I just don't want to keep, people want to talk about it, and we talked about it civilly today. But I, to the extent that I could take a break from impeachment, I wanted to. I'm just so worn out by it all. Do you think the country is too?
I think the country is getting there, that's for sure. I think, unfortunately, most people are saying, just get this thing over with and let's move on with something else. And it's sad.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing because Jake's wearing two hats.
Two hats? How come?
He's got a baseball hat. and a pullover with a little bulb on the top. Yeah, please. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be lighthearted today on this side. Anyway, I'm sorry. I digress. Hello, everybody. You were saying what? I was so taken back by a man wearing two hats. Sorry, Vince, you there?
I'm here.
Where was I? Oh.
Well, you were asking if people are tired of this impeachment
Yes,
thing.
thank
And
you.
Unfortunately, they are, in a way that they're not saying, let's get to the bottom of this and see what the outcome is. It's just, let's go away and worry about what the Kardashians are doing. I mean,
Well, I don't want to go that far.
Well, I think it is that far. I think these people just don't care. People on the left, are convinced he's guilty of all this stuff. People on the right are convinced he's not guilty of all this stuff.
Of anything, yeah.
And they just don't want to. None of them just want to be bothered, and it's a shame. But one of the things that may come out of this is, there was a member of Congress, and I don't remember who it is. I'm just scanning.
Are you talking about the Jersey guy who's leaving his party?
No.
Oh.
There was one guy who was saying that, the worst thing that's going to come out of this is, here it is. Senator Chris Coons from Delaware is worried that Trump will feel emboldened and empowered to, once he gets acquitted, and I think he's right. Trump is going to feel untouchable when he gets acquitted.
Well, you know what? When he gets acquitted, it's going to be like taking a diseased person to Lourdes. It's going to wash away all his sins. Yeah, I know. Well, at least from the standpoint of his perception and his party's perception, sure.
Well, yeah, but he'll just give him the impression that he can do anything and get away with anything.
Well, no, but unless he has another crime, and yeah, that is possible. But I wouldn't worry too much about that. I mean, even he, I think, is tired of getting beat up like this. I mean. I can't imagine that he. Plus, he's got to run for office, Vince, in a year.
Well, he's running for office now, and he's doing all this crazy stuff. So, what makes you think that he's going to change his ways, where he feels that he has, he's got a. What they used to say about that toothsome Gardol? Remember, the toothpaste puts Gardol on your teeth. you won't get cavities.
Do you realize? By the way, now you got me into a whole other thing. 729 Vince Russo's with us here on Radio Westchester Mornings with Bob Marrone and Bob Marrone. Remember, download the app RadioWestchester.com or go to MyTuner Radio and it's a little thing that says Mornings with Bob Marrone. I won the ugly face competition, and you'll see the face there. Click the button. I hate admitting it. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I feel like Forrest Gump. I don't know what to say about that. But it's funny that you mentioned Escape Friday night after my weekly hockey game. The other team, which I knew pretty well, I actually played with them over the summer. The other team and a couple of guys from my squad got into honeymooners lines. And I am shocked, pleasantly so, at how many men from our region, over, I don't want to say 40, know every line. Every line from every episode. I was so pleased. We had an absolute ball after the game doing stories about the honeymooners.
Yeah, on Thanksgiving, we had a similar situation. We were over at my niece's house, and the extended family was there. And the same thing, somehow the honeymooners came up. I guess it was on all day or something on Thanksgiving. And I was surprised how many people did know a lot of the lines and all of the highlights of the shows. It was.
Well, I'm going to ask Jake. Jake comes on in 30 minutes for his picks of the week, and then we talk about other stuff. Now, Jake is from Syracuse, up not far from Utica. with Uncle Leo and Aunt Sarah. Aunt Sarah will just love to see you, Uncle. Hey, Jake, did you guys watch the honeymooners when you were growing up in Syracuse? Hold on, let me put on his mic. This is interesting.
We did not, but I watch it. It's on every night on Channel 11.
Yeah, isn't it great? We see most of the guys that I grew up with, and even in this whole region, like I'm sure Anthony and Tom and Mitch, if they called in, or of course, the other Vince. I'm sure they've watched it too, and you can just they're still funny even if you see them 60 times.
Ages well.
It does age well, doesn't it? Well, I know you're doing your homework, so I'll let you be. But I just had I want to throw you into the through. I can't even talk. God.
You know, Bob, the story you were reading about
Conversation.
the ugly face contest there in Italy.
Yes, congratulations
It reminds me,
once again.
it reminds me of the bit that Howard Stern used to do, Miss Butterface, and he used to say to women,
Yes.
send in your picture if you have an attractive body, but you're ugly. And
Yeah.
people would do it,
I
and
know.
it just baffled me how people could
They would
degrade
put brown
themselves
paper
that way.
bags over
No,
their
go
heads.
ahead. Go
on the
ahead. I
radio
just put your mic
for
up,
a
Father.
couple
Go
of
ahead.
They would
minutes.
put brown paper bags over the women's faces and heads, and then they would enjoy the nice bodies, but then they would pull the paper bags up to reveal the hideous faces.
How demeaning is that?
Yes,
I mean,
but-
how do people let themselves be subjected
You
to
know
that
what?
kind of-
Some people legitimately have a good sense of humor, and even it's just that you don't want to label people because life is so difficult for women in that way. And you got to be even careful
And men,
defending
too.
women. No,
And
but
men,
it's
too.
harder. Well, with men, if you're short, but the worst thing for a man, I remember, how do I say this? I got to go back. I was in my early 20s, and I forget where I was going with another couple, and this one woman that just broke up with a boyfriend whom I didn't like. And she said, by the way, he had a tiny so-and-so. And she was shocked at my surprise. I said, I ain't going there. I won't pile on. I won't, because what women kind of know instinctively that men want to slit their wrists if they have that situation. I mean, it's just horrible for them. And I said, I won't do that. I won't do that. I don't hate any guy enough. Oh, geez, is it 7:30 already? No, yeah, it is. I got to get George Latimer on in a minute. But nonetheless, but it's harder for women. I mean, if they're beautiful, life's easier or by common standards. If they're not, it's harder. And
Yeah, but look at the stereotypes with men as well. You know, if you see a guy who is, well, let's say like me, who's short and bald, and he's with an attractive woman, the only reason why she's with him, according to the stereotype, is because he's got a lot of money.
Or he has a lot of something else. That's the other stereotype.
No, I
No,
don't
you really
believe
lose
that,
on every
because-
count, don't you?
Yeah, it's true. You know, because that, you know, the example that you cited, where the woman said the guy was on the
Inadequate,
smaller
yeah.
side. They don't want to make use of that anyway, so that doesn't matter.
Oh, geez, you're going to open up a whole new can of worms or a whole new pair of pants in this case. Listen, I got to talk with George Latimer. Thanks for brightening my day. And listen, you did win the contest. I got to go.
This from the man who's wearing that sweater. All right.
Yeah, it's a great sweater. Yes, indeed. We get to speak with right now, and I'm going straight to him. He's always on time, and in his job, he's kind of got to be. He is the county executive here in Westchester. Had a very busy 2 years as we close in 2 more weeks, and I guess it'll be. I guess it's 2 full years. I can't even count them. At any rate, please welcome County Executive George Latimer. Good morning, County Executive.
Good morning, Bob, and indeed it has been almost 2 years.
My goodness, it's amazing. It seems like it just happened. So you're halfway through your first term. I'm not going to ask you to give yourself a report card. I think most people have given you a pretty good one already. But I did want to we're only going to focus on your problems. Then we'll talk about the successes. Did you fix the sewer problem last night up in Ossining?
My understanding is that it has been fixed. These are things that happen when you have infrastructure that's old, and it was not good. I mean, you had a lot of gallons of raw sewage flowing into the river for a while, and the incident was discovered yesterday morning. But trucks are trying to capture the raw sewage to prevent it as much as possible. It was a force main break. It was just north of a pump station, and it was down in that area of Ossining that is very close to the river, right just below Sing Sing. But the professionals that do this for a living jumped right on it. We informed both the village and the town of Ossining and their residents, And so that's what you do. An emergency breaks, but you put professional people on it to fix it. You inform people, and then you look at what do we need to do in the long-term capital to make sure that this doesn't happen again.
Well, but those are the rigors of the job. Now, when that happens, I realize it happened during the day, and this is sort of inside baseball, but it interests me, being a lover of politics. How often does a guy in your position, county executive, get called in the middle of the night? There's a fire, God forbid, a public servant is shot. Did they wake you in the middle of the night, or do they try to wait till the morning?
Yeah, a couple of times I've gotten middle of the night calls. Not often, two times. We haven't had something that might ramp up to that level. Incident of major import. God forbid I even say these things. It's like you're writing the script for it. Hostage scenario.
Oh, of course.
Those kinds of things might require you immediately get your jacket and tie on and go off to the side, be available in case, not to show up for the cameras, in case there's any quick decision that has to be made. We'll take Indian Point as an example. The responsibility of the Westchester County Executive, not just for anybody who's held the job, is to make key decisions in dealing with an incident at Indian Point until or unless countermanded by higher authority. So, and then I assume a governor would step in, maybe the president would step in, depending on the magnitude. But it is my responsibility as a primary decision maker to respond to something that would happen at Indian Point, a release of toxic gas.
County executive, you there? I lost the county executive. We need to reelect him, and maybe he succumbed to toxic gas, Jake. I don't know, but I'm going to see if I can call him back using my handy dandy system here, which is really cool. So, are you there, county executive? He's re-ringing. There we go. Is he calling me or am I calling him? I'm going to drop and recall. We got you back. County Executive George Latimer has returned. We lost you there for oh no, there he is. The phone
Your
is
call has been
forward. Well, he'll probably call us back. He's pretty reliable, but I was trying to call him. He probably didn't recognize the outgoing number. Doesn't always click. You're listening to Radio Westchester. It is 7:39. We're in mid-conversation with County Executive George Latimer, talking about the sewage fault yesterday up in Ossining. 30,000 gallons of raw sewage going into the Hudson River per hour. It's already been fixed, and we've been talking about what it's like, those kinds of jobs, and so forth. So there he is. County Executive, we lost each other, but you have returned, and we were talking about things like Indian Point and other possible, like perhaps a shooter situation. Did I lose you again, sir? Yeah, I did. I don't think it's us, but it could be. It could be. Again, he's very reliable. He'll call back. So, and now when he does call back, we're going to ask him, too, about what the first 2 years were like. You know what I never ask him, Jake? Do you like the job? All right. I think we have... there you are. We lost you there for a little bit. Sorry about that. You were talking about some of the things that come up, such as what could conceivably come up up in Indian Point, or perhaps an active shooter situation. Those things must rock you a little bit if there's the prospect of them.
Well, I mean, when I ran for this job, and I started running for this job a little less than 3 years ago. Came in like February of 17. I thought through all those issues before, as you well know, and the listeners know. I served in legislative capacities previously as a senator, state assemblyman, county legislator. And I never had that kind of executive responsibility, not just authority, but responsibility before. And I thought about that. And, I asked myself, am I ready for this kind of a job if I win? And, of course, nobody's ever perfectly ready. A little bit of humility goes a long way. And say I'm going to learn a lot, and hopefully I don't make any catastrophic mistakes, but I am intending to do the job well. But the upshot of it is that you adjust when you get into the job. And so now 2 years in, I've taken on the executive responsibilities that I asked for. And, I'm as prepared as I can be. We do, just as you described, we do drills for what might happen at Indian Point. We do drills for active shooter situations. So one thing I would say, and I can't comment on behalf of everybody who's a mayor or a governor or a county executive in another county, I think you have to rely on the professionals that you hire around you.
Oh, yeah.
And not act like, you're a cowboy on a horse and you're going to lead the posse just because you're the lead cowboy. Where we have expertise, you listen and when I say defer, you defer to be educated by somebody who knows more about the sewer treatment plants than you do, more about the correctional institution than you do. Then when the choices are made, in a binary way where you can go this direction or that direction, ultimately you have to put your name behind one of the two choices. But prior to that, don't act like you know what you don't know, because you don't know it.
County Executive, you may remember this. This is a slight aside. We mentioned Indian Point. About 6-7 years ago, I did a special on my old radio station about Indian Point. And I was so impressed. It was the longest special I ever did. I think I did overall 6 hours. I was so impressed with the way that place was run and the safety measures and the dynamics. I realize with the way the economy is for energy, we have to move on now. But that was a really well-run institution, really is. It's the precautions they take, even how they deal with, to the extent that they share their open shooter scenarios and things like that. Even the way the hallways are structured so that there isn't any straight line to shoot. It's amazing stuff. Just amazing.
Yeah, really, I think no one, if you've never toured Indian Point, and most people have not, you really have no idea how much thought went into handling the potential for a problem. It's been open for well over 50 years before it's going to close now. This coming year, the first reactor and the one to follow. But it is a time where people react to the threat of nuclear waste and nuclear disasters. But what mankind and science can do to try to mitigate that has been done at Indian Point to the greater extent possible. And the systems, the redundancy, the professionals are impressive.
Well, yeah, and even something as simple as, I remember, they let me scramble. They have that test room, and an idiot like me was able to scramble and stop the reactor from overheating by just pressing a button. But what I remember when we went into the control room, and I said, hey, how come everybody took off their helmets? And they said, they're not allowed to wear helmets in here. And I said, why? And they said, well, we thought through that, because what if somebody tips their head and a helmet falls on a switch? Just fascinating stuff. My guest is County Executive George Latimer. We're about to look back on the 2 years, and I've wanted to ask you this. Have you liked the job? Is it what you thought it would be?
Well, I do like the job. It is, for the reasons I've just mentioned before, different from what I have done in my career previously. My public career, I always have to remind people that I spent 20 years in corporate America, which overlapped, by the way, when I was a city councilman and county legislator, because those aren't full-time, governmental jobs. Somebody always takes a shot at me and says, you're a career politician. Well, I had a 20-year, very fine career. I did give it up to do this at a higher level, but I remember the private sector very well. But nonetheless, this job is different from what I have done in the public sector previously, but it does tap into skills that I felt I always had. And I just couldn't display it. Let me just give you one example. When you're one member out of 7 members in the state assembly delegation, you serve alongside people who are very talented. There's Amy Paulin, and in that day, Richard Brodsky. There's Adam Bradley. There's Gary Pretlow's been there all those years, Standard Gale. Nobody comes to you, George Latimer, and say, hey, let's talk to you about what you think about the world and everything. You get some seniority. You chair a committee like Gary does or Sandy does. Now Amy does, and we'll listen to what you have to say in that particular zone. But whatever talent I thought I had, whatever skill sets I had, I'm in a larger institution of 150 people, and I can't just do my own thing. Now, as county executive, I do my own thing. I have a team of people around me. I work with those same people as cooperatively as I can. But now I get a chance to lead. I get a chance to show what I can do. And sometimes I get a little pushback, obviously, I'm up online from people when I go online and I start to contradict a narrative that somebody's pushing. And I do that.
You're not afraid to mix it up.
No, I'm not. And here's the reason why. Because I take great interest and care in what I do. That doesn't mean everything I do is perfect. It also doesn't mean that there's a legitimate philosophical difference. The folks who get on who are conservative, who do not like a progressive Democrat in office, They just don't like a progressive Democrat. They're not going to like me. They didn't like Andy Spano. They picked on him. They'll pick on anybody on my side of the aisle. And there's a reverse reality to it, but obviously I don't see that because I'm not a conservative Republican in office being picked on by liberal Democrats. But the point in all of this being that I'm not sleepwalking to this job. And when somebody writes on, writing on Facebook, you must be a moron. No, my friend, I am not a moron. You may not agree with me. You may think I misspoke in something I said, but I'm far from a moron. And I certainly wouldn't get on Facebook and call you a moron, not even knowing who you are. But that's what's happened in the nature of political discourse.
Yeah, you just got to deal with it.
It's not enough to disagree with somebody. You have to vilify them. You have to make them seem like they're not a good person, they don't have good values. No, you just disagree with them. You came to a different conclusion on what public policy should be. And elections determine which point of view dominates. When you get elected, that's a statement by the people. Let me give you one more example, if you don't mind.
Sure.
In the city of Rochelle, for the last almost 30 years, Democrats have won the mayoralty and the majority of the city council. There is a vocal minority of people who are conservative in the community, and they feel very strongly about their ideas, and they don't like what they see at City Hall. But here's the reality. Every chance that the voters go to the polls, in the majority, they vote for Democrats. Now, when somebody gets aggrieved by that, remember, down in Texas, the exact opposite has happened. For 30 years, Republicans win the governorship. They win both houses of the legislature, and they govern Texas with a conservative philosophy. They're liberals in Texas, sitting in Austin and Dallas, the city of Dallas, the city of Houston, and they don't like the direction of the state, but the majority of the people do, and that's why they elect conservatives in Texas, and that's why they elect Democrats in Rochelle. So many times the anger that I see comes from people who just can't convince their neighbors of their rights because there's just not enough of them, and it leads them to say outrageous things out of frustration and anger. But we all have to grow up. This is a democracy with a small d, unless you want to try to make it a dictatorship. If you can control the power, you can force everybody to do things. And that's what I think is missing in the body politic when we discuss these things.
Do you wear it? I mean, does after you, let's say, have a Facebook exchange, I know that some of your critics and even friends will say, I don't take it so seriously. You're being too thin-skinned. How do you respond to that?
Well, I'm not being thin-skinned in this regard. I am responding on the merit of the arguments made. Somebody says, for example, Westchester is a sanctuary county. They've lost their mind. I respond and I say, we're not a sanctuary county. What we did is pass a law that requires ICE to get a judicial warrant to take somebody out of our possession in a prison or in our county police. Why? Because the only reason why a person is in our control is because a judge has remanded them to the prison, or because we as the police function are bringing a prisoner to a judge for adjudication. We follow what that judge tells us. If a superior judge tells us, no, turn this person over to ICE, then we will do it. But we will not just turn it over to them while we have an existing judicial direction from a county court judge or a city or a town or village court judge. Somebody doesn't want to hear the facts. They want to make up their own facts. And their own facts is, this is sanctuary county, you're letting criminals run wild. And when I go on Facebook and I push back, and I start out in the same tone of voice that the person who responds. If you're snotty to me, I give you a little snotty back, because you shouldn't be snotty. You should be nice. But if I give you nice back and you get snotty, what do you think I'm going to do? I'm telling you facts that mess up your narrative, and you don't want to hear it. So you decide that you want to make an ad hominem attack on me. And then now you're in the world of, you want to control the dialogue because you're angry. But if you're not right on the facts, the same thing would apply to the county budget situation. When I've gone in to face my critics, I've said, wait a minute, you're taking one factor that amounted to maybe a couple $100,000 and you're equating that to a revenue stream that we use in millions of dollars to stabilize the finances. I'm not going to let you get away with that. I'm not going to let you misrepresent what actually happened. And my critics who say I'm being thin-skinned, all they want to do is they want to silence me. They want me to get off the Facebook page so they can say whatever they want, and then people will believe it, and then that will help create a climate by which they can win a future election. And I'm not going to give them the satisfaction of that. If I think I'm right, I'm going in there to straighten out the record. And if you want to do it respectfully, I'm your boy. But if you want to get snotty, I'm your boy.
I see that. 7:51. My guest is County Executive George Latimer. He's here each and every Monday on Radio Westchester. What's coming up this week? What events, what issues do you want to shout out about?
Well, as we in the post-budget era, and we're getting ready for the new year, there won't be a lot of active activities as you might, because you really can't get an audience of people. In addition to passing the budget last week, we had a summit roundtable with religious leaders that was very helpful. Then on another day, we had the annual breakfast of the Human Rights Commission, where we talked about programs to deal with people who are disabled. Today at the county center from 10 to 12, we have the various municipal officials coming in to finalize our shared services proposal that's going to go to the state. We're hopeful to get funding on the ways that we've shown that we can share services. Emily Saltzman, who's a Marrone, and is our Deputy Director of Operations, done a very good job on that, and we're excited about that. And then I would say, probably the next thing we're all getting ready is the Playland lawsuit. It's going to get some active attention in court in the new year, and there's been, the legal process. There's been discovery and depositions, and pretty soon we're going to be in a court of law defending our position, and I assume Standard Amusements will be defending their position, and we'll see what happens. But we believe that we're on the right side of the angels, and we'll see if the court agrees. But we're working in preparation for that these couple of weeks.
Well, that ought to be fun. What about the airport? Is there anything new on that front, sir?
Nothing particularly at this stage of the game. As I've said before, the airport proposals that my predecessor had in consecutive years have been put on the side, and we're trying to deal with the issues that are at hand. How do we ensure that there's no pollution into the water system up there? How do we get noise monitoring data that allows us to meet with FAA? We're meeting in a public meeting with FAA in January up in Chappaqua. I don't know how that'll go. The FAA is not always very responsive to what communities think, but we're going to try. And we're certainly trying to figure out some way to get some leverage on the general aviation side of the airport. 20% of the airport is the commercial flights. When you go JetBlue, you fly a scheduled flight. And we have a couple protections that help us limit the number of flights. We have no protections on the general aviation side, and we're trying to figure out, can we negotiate something that would give us at least some control over the number of flights? And it's difficult because you have to give something in order to get the protection. It's not just going to be granted by those who are flying regularly. And, obviously at some extreme, people just want to close the airport. But, in direct reality, 15, maybe 20% of the population of Westchester is affected by the noise and the activity of the airport. 80% of the county benefits from it.
I did not realize that 80% of the flights there were private. The airport's become so popular that one tends to think that it's largely a commercial airport. I didn't realize that only 20% of it was commercial.
80% of it is general aviation.
Wow.
You have lots of corporate jets that fly in and out of there. You have lots of wealthy people that fly in and out of there on their own private aircraft. It is the third busiest airport in the state of New York after JFK and LaGuardia. Wow. Imagine that. More takeoffs and landings in Westchester than in Buffalo, Syracuse, Albany, Islip, you name it. The third busiest airport in the state.
So you didn't see me pop in my Cessna Citation? You noticed that, County Executive? Hey, one more question.
One of many.
Yeah, one of us. I just choose my planes like other people pick shirts. I know that there are finally bulldozers moving. There's activity at Memorial Field. I guess with the new mayor coming in, you're hopeful to get that accelerated as we move into the new year as well.
I think right now we're on the right path. My understanding is that the remediation of the debris that was illegally dumped on the field is what's happening now. So as you see trucks down there, they are executing a state Department of Environmental Conservation plan to remove the debris. It's construction debris, and there are elements of it that can't be left on the field, so it has to be removed carefully. I don't know what the final date for that to be done is, but the expectation is that will be done perhaps by the end of the year, early in the new year. Once the field is clear of that debris, we can then begin the process of the reconstruction of Memorial Field. And we intend to go before the City Council, I don't know, I'll assume it'll be in January, with the final version of the plan that we drafted seeking the city approval. And we want the residents of the city and the elected officials of the city to see the plan before we go forward We had a preliminary discussion, a public meeting back in April, which was well attended, and we tried to execute some things that came out of that meeting. The residents wanted more seating in the arena. They wanted a skate park for kids to play at, so we've included that in the design. We wanted to make sure we had a tennis presence, if not the same tennis center that existed previously, and so that's been worked into the design. But on the assumption that we have one more bite of the apple before the city council and the mayor and the controller, anybody else who wants to opine in, then we will start the process of reconstruction, and we hope it'll be ready, I'll say by the beginning of 2021.
That'd be
and,
nice.
People will come and see a brand new field. And I understand, and I'm almost out of time, people doubt all these things. But the only thing I could say is people doubted that we could open those Sprain Ridge pools, but we did it. People doubted that we could fix the Miller House, but we did. People doubted we'd ever get a New Rochelle family port, and now you can see there's a construction equipment behind the block area over there, so work is going on to get the site prep together, and we're moving on issues that haven't been acted on in years. And so when you say, oh yeah, they've been debating the New Rochelle family court for years, oh yeah, they've been talking about those pools for years. Well, that house is going to collapse before they do anything. That's not the case now. We've gone forward and we've taken action on these things. And if I'm looking for anything with any of the assessment of how they've done the first 2 years, it's that. It's not just the rhetoric, the budgets, pay plan, all this. Look at what we've actually done, and then draw a judgment based on concrete actions.
Wow. I'd like to say thank you to you. I'm sure we'll talk one more time before the holidays, but just in case schedules should conflict in any way, my very best to you and yours. I hope you get yourself a breather, too, at the end of the year, County Executive Latimer. Thank you very much.
Merry Christmas, Bob, to you and yours, and very happy holidays.
Same to you. Thank you so much. County Executive George Latimer, everyone. We're going to get to Jake before we even hit his picks of the week, because I can't wait to get his take on what happened yesterday in the Giants game with Eli Manning. First, we'll cover the weather right now. This is Radio Westchester. Marrone in the morning. I am Bob Marrone. Let's take a look at the weather, if I can figure out where I put it. I get into these conversations and my brain leaves me. Actually, we do know. It is 31 degrees, getting up to 35 today. Only a 10% chance of rain today, but here's the problem. Tonight, there will be plenty of rain, and north of 287, or actually on up into Putnam and Orange, etc., we're talking about ice, snow, sleet. It's going to be very uncomfortable, and it will be that way tomorrow morning as well. Again, we expect, though, things not to be as bad here in Westchester County, mostly rain. But as we get into tomorrow night, as we get into Tuesday night, the temperatures will drop precipitously down into the teens. Similarly on Wednesday, to warm up a little maybe Thursday, getting up to freezing. And the weather is brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses, and it's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. And as we get into the top of the hour, we are supported by Aging Issues Management and Aging Issues Radio, the law firm of Payne & Kahn, plug-in virtual reality, and of course, Dominic Cigars, who will be bringing you in a few minutes Jake's football picks of the week. We'll see how well he did on Friday. Dominic's Fine Cigars, licensed retailer with a big selection, including Arturo Fuente, Padrones, and more. Dominic's Fine Cigars, located at 204 Boston Post Road in Larchmont. And we snap off the music and we say a more formal good morning to Jake Schaefer. Good morning, Jake.
Morning, Bob.
Before we get into your official picks, and we'll even change the music for that, what did you think of the Eli? It was a sweet story yesterday with Eli Manning. Of course, he was playing the worst team in the league, but still, what say you?
Well, he's on the front pages of all the papers I see in the train station. He got his proper send-off. Not really a big deal to me. It was not.
I love this part of you. Say, why wasn't it?
Well, it was one of my losses. I had
I thought you had 9 points.
No, I
thought you went with the Giants.
No, I went against the Giants. That's why I was late. I've been dancing for nickels on the platform. Apologize.
Well, in that that case, but anyway, let's just talk about Eli for a little bit because I know you know your football. Do you think they'll say, all right, that's it, he got a swan song, bring back Daniel Jones next week?
Yeah.
Or do you? Yeah. Okay. So you don't think they're going to say, gee, he played pretty well, why don't we bring him back?
No, I think he played well. I think he'll try and get a job next season.
Wow, that was the next question you answered.
And I think he played well enough to.
Do you think that?
At least win an audition.
Okay, to at least win an audition. He even ran a little bit on that one throw. He actually came out of the pocket. His arm looks strong.
He had a nice game.
Yeah, he did have a nice game. And finally, he used Barkley a lot. I mean, Barkley seemed to have the ball every other snap.
Yeah, it's about time. He's their phenom.
All right, now everybody wants to know why
you've been
you're
talking
here.
about the Patriots. That's the story.
Talk to us.
They got caught cheating again, blatantly.
Oh yes, yeah. We're going to get to that, but this after Jake's picks. But we need to do this officially. All righty, it's time for Jake's picks of the week. When we last saw him on Friday, he had a winning record that he brought into the weekend, but a record that is being greatly challenged. I think 17-14-1.
We're limping to the finish line.
He's limping to the finish line, and this week's football picks are brought to you by Dominic's Fine Cigars, licensed retailer with a big selection, including Arturo Fuente, Padrones, and more. Dominic's Fine Cigars, located at 204 Boston Post Road in Larchmont. They're open 7 days a week. He smokes there. Other guys smoke there. Tom buys his cigars there. We like them. And we like that they sponsor. All right, Jake, let's get to the videotape.
Oh, it was a rough weekend. Thank God for those Buffalo Bills, those scrappy Buffalo Bills. They got me my lone win on the weekend. I tried to go with all underdogs, all upsets. I went 1-3.
Let's go game by game. Let's go first the Giants.
Well, I picked the Dolphins, and the Giants were victorious 36-20.
No, but you picked the Dolphins, and you had to give 9 points? You
no,
got
3.5.
Oh, 3.5.
Yeah.
Okay, that's right. 3.5.
And then I did the same 3.5 with the Lions against the Buccaneers, and the Lions were handled 38-17. And I went against the Patriots because of this videotape cheating scandal that's going on. I thought the Bengals would show a little heart, a little drive, but they got throttled 34-13. Buffalo saved my skin last night. They came through with a big win, clinching a playoff berth. They won 17-10 against the Pittsburgh Steelers in Pittsburgh.
So now you're 18-17.
19-17-1.
19-17-1. Do you have? How well did you do versus the spinner?
Well, I know the wheel picked the Cowboys. They won that one.
Hey, go ahead, check your notes, and then I want to talk about what's going on with New England.
They lost with the Lions, and they lost with the Redskins against the Eagles. They lost with the Bears as well, so they shared my record.
Okay, 1-3. All righty. So, but what's interesting is that some stuff done at random on a bizarre board is did the same as knowledgeable. All right, let's talk about New England. Is it their culture, or is there like baseball a lot more cheating than we think in football?
I heard about it last week, and it was so blatant and brazen. I couldn't believe it. I just thought, this can't be true. They're playing this god-awful team, the Bengals, with one win, and they're still cheating to get that competitive edge against them. They got caught, and it turns out that they actually it's a lot worse than what the Astros did. I think we should get a smarter man than I to chime in on.
Do we know one?
These two? Well, probably not. But.
Jake Schaefer, our guest. A lot of things coming out in baseball the last couple of days. Did you see that story that came out over the weekend about the baseballs and all the obtuse language of the ball and the carry and the resistance and some term no one ever heard of, I don't know, institutional baseball or something?
Yeah, the more tight you sew the baseball, the further it's going to go.
Yeah.
That's all I know.
That's okay. Now, in terms of football, what exactly are the Patriots accused of?
Videotaping the Cincinnati Bengals in the middle of a practice, trying to get signals. they were caught red-handed. There's a video of it.
How did they manage to do that?
There's a.
What did they send somebody to sneak into the stadium where they practice, or the?
Yeah, just spying. When the Patriots camera guy was caught, the Bengals security came up to him, and the Patriots just said, "Well, we're sorry. We'll delete our film." Blah blah blah. And the Bengals guy, "No, you've been caught. The damage has been done. This is going to NFL security." And that's where the issue is right now. So, you can't kick them out of the playoffs. What do you do to the Patriots?
It's the third time that they've been. See, I don't know if they see what they need to do is have remediation that involves loss of position in some way or draft choices.
It's a lot like the Astros.
Yeah, very similar to the Astros. Baseball's dragging its feet on that. Is Baltimore as good as they appear to be, or is it just that they played the Jets yesterday?
I think the NFL is going to figure out their quarterback. He's great. He's so much fun to watch, but you just get the guy on tape, you're going to figure out how to play him. The Bills had a great game plan last week against them.
What
Bill Belichick will figure it out.
Well, what's
if
to
he's still
figure out
coaching.
about him? No, he'll still be coaching. What's to figure out about him? How would you assess his play?
He's just a dynamo.
He does everything.
He reminds me a lot of, remember the Washington quarterback RG3?
Sure.
He was so explosive, but then he got killed.
Yeah,
and
well,
I was
he didn't
afraid
last
that
very
was,
long, did he?
No, he was.
RG3?
But the Baltimore quarterback's a little bit bigger and stockier than RG3.
How long did he play RG3?
He had one great 6-7 games.
About 3 or 4 years,
Just-
and that was
no
it?
one.
Not even?
Not even, no. But he was fantastic, very memorable for a few games.
And then they just beat the hell out of him.
Mm-hmm.
That's why quarterbacks generally do like to slide and not do the running.
That's why they're protected.
Well, the guy on Philadelphia was it the Eagle guy? Who was the guy who he got in trouble with the dogs and everything?
Vic.
Vic, he was pretty good, and he didn't get beat up too much.
Nope, bigger, built a lot more like
a back or lineman.
the Baltimore quarterback.
What do you know about this guy? They say is going to be the top draft choice. He's supposed to be the greatest lineman in the history of the game.
From Ohio State?
Yeah.
He's a phenom. Supposedly he's going to be a giant. With the number 2 pick, the number 1 pick will be the Heisman Trophy winner.
He's 6'5". He's 260 pounds.
And he also said he's staying in school, so we'll see.
And he runs, they say, like a free safety. How can you be? My God. Well, they got a few guys in hockey like that. They're 6'5", 240 pounds, and they skate like the wind. There's nothing scarier than a big guy skates well. Nothing. It's like you're going to get hit by a car. It really isn't fun. Oh, my goodness. All righty.
Imagine.
So are you looking forward to any games next week that are on your
I'm
mind?
excited. They start the Saturday games this coming week. And my wife, of course, is dreading that, but 3 good games coming up on Saturday.
Well, that means you'll be in front of the two.
The Bills-Patriots play Saturday. I think that's the 4 o'clock game, which will be it's great for me. Wife is dreading it.
How come nobody but the New York Giants in the last 15 years can figure out the Patriots in the Super Bowl?
That is a good question.
I mean, like we're talking about, the Belichick will figure out Lamar, but who's going to figure out Brady? No one ever does.
Guy's 42 years old.
God, it's
Incredible.
amazing stuff. Before you go, Didi Gregorius going to Philadelphia along with Zach Wheeler. It's like a little New York injection for the
Girardi
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
is the manager there.
Did I just miss a call? 7:50? No, I did not. Girardi is the manager there. What was wrong with Didi Gregorius? Why didn't they keep him? He transitioned so effortlessly from Jeter because of his arm, because of his surgery. You think?
It's tough to find a good shortstop. It's really hard to get a quality shortstop that can hit.
Well,
that has
that's the thing.
range.
Yeah, there was a time when they took guys who hit 220, but if they can field, they let them play. Bobby Wine, people like that back in the day, but they don't do that anymore. Shortstop's got to hit.
Your analytics people will tell you that Jeter was a terrible shortstop. All his highlight plays.
Well, because he didn't have the range.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Every great play you think you see on the videotape, any great shortstop, he does that in his sleep.
But he was a solid shortstop. He just wasn't a great shortstop. But the thing that he could do was hit.
He's a clutch player. Very clutch player.
And hit well. In your mind, who's the best clutch player you ever saw? Mine's going to surprise you.
That's a Got to prepare me a little bit for that one.
Well, think about it. I like off the cuff.
That is a tough question. I guess the guy, you got a gun to your head, guy you want at bat to save your life.
Go ahead.
That is a tough. Baseball-wise?
Yeah. Well, mine's going to surprise you. Are you a Met fan at all?
I do like the Mets.
Okay.
I root for the Mets.
Do you remember Gary Carter?
Of course.
He was the best clutch hitter I ever saw. I just, whenever you had a guy on base, you needed the run to win the game. And Reggie Jackson in '77, he was Mr. October. But
the guy I would think of, who I'm not a fan of, but I would just
you got to go there.
Manny Ramirez.
Yeah. Okay.
Great clutch. He just didn't care about anything, I don't think. Just a great clutch hitter.
You never got a chance to see Roberto Clemente, did you? He was a clutch hitter. Had a great arm, and was he the guy who there was a '72 All-Star game? It was either him, or I'm thinking it was somebody else. I got to remember. Made the greatest throw I've ever seen, but that's that for
I know
another
you
day.
were the president of the Honus Wagner fan club.
I'm not that old. All right, we're going to return. What you've got to understand is Jake sits over in this chair. It's like a think tank. And he's looking at the scores, and he's going over the newspapers, and he's coming up with ideas, and he's working on the crossword puzzle, and he's thinking about who we can sell to. That brain is working all the time.
Never stops.
Not
an off switch on this brain.
Jake Schaefer never sleeps. Thank you very much, Jake. Jake's Picks of the Week and a little bit of sports brought to you by Dominic's Fine Cigars, licensed retailer with a big selection, including Arturo Fuente Padrons and more. Dominic's Fine Cigars, located at 204 Boston Post Road in Larchmont. Now it is 8:12. In a few minutes, we're going to talk with Hezzy Harris. He has some breaking news coming out of Yonkers. But if you'd like to join the conversation, we will tell you how. 914-222-3141. 914-222. That's quite appropriate for the train station. 222-3141. Would you like to join the conversation? Who's the greatest clutch hitter you ever saw coming? I know it's look, it's Christmas. We can't just do all this hard news and break our brains out. Who's the best clutch hitter you ever saw, and what do you think of Didi Gregorius? Will he or will he not work out for the Philadelphia Phillies? And do you think that paying anyone in sports $325 million. Now, I'm a capitalist. I believe that if that's what they're willing to pay, that's what he should get. However, there tends to be this thing that, hey, I'm going to have to pay $300 to go see a baseball game. What will it take for salaries? And I'm not saying they shouldn't make millions. They're at the absolute toppermost of their profession. But do you think, and while he's still here, we'll throw this out to Zach as well, Jake, blah, blah, blah. Do you think, Jake, I'm losing my mind this morning, do you think that salaries will ever get less? Do you think that people will get fed up paying hundreds of dollars to go to Major League Sports?
Well, tell me what my cable bill is going to be in 5 years. It really comes down to what people will agree to pay. Well, how much am I going to pay for a beer when I go to see the Mets?
It's ridiculous.
In 10 years, it's an avalanche. So yes, the salaries will go up, I'm sure.
They'll go up, and you don't think that we'll ever just finally have a day of reckoning?
No, I don't think so.
Wow. Okay, because they keep pricing people out, more and more people out.
Thank God they keep those wings, the prices at Beachmont. Oh my God, those wings! Oh geez,
you did.
They
you
are
went
the
there?
best. They
They
really
are
are
the
the
best.
best wings in
Yeah,
Westchester.
but you didn't take my advice and try one of
No,
their
I did
burgers
not.
with the
No,
onions on
next
it.
time.
They're good. No, the wings are good. Did you get the bone wings or the ones that couldn't walk?
Bone.
Yeah, the bones are really good. The problem is with wings, you just keep it like potato chips. You keep eating them and eating them and eating them. Yeah, see, now you're making me want to go to Beachmont.
I got the hot. My wife got the mild. The hot was fantastic.
They
Not
are.
too hot, but with a nice kick.
Yeah, they do have a nice kick, and they season the boneless ones a little differently. They're really good. It's almost like some sort of a soy sauce. But so you think they will keep doing that? You think they will keep increasing the price? How many ball games do you go to a year?
2 or 3.
Where?
I go to see the Mets 2 or 3 times a year.
Okay. Now, when you were living in Syracuse, and of course you were on the road a lot of your comedian career, but what about going to see, who's the team up there, the Syracuse?
Sky Chiefs,
Sky
yes.
Chiefs?
I would love to. When I was in high school, I would, cut right out of school and go to batting practice.
I got to say, AAA baseball, you probably don't notice any difference. I don't notice a difference in AA, except they're less home runs, and they go through the pitching staffs like water. Every game is like 8 pitchers.
One great regret of my life, I snuck out of school. I went to see the Columbus Clippers take batting practice when Jeter was with the Columbus Clippers. Got right down. I was sitting on the tarp right on the field. I was watching Jeter take batting practice
When he was with Columbus?
in the minor leagues.
No kidding. Yeah.
And he was walking off, going to the, take a shower. And I said to him, first I got his autograph, and then I asked him for his bat that he had just taken batting practice with. And he said, it was a Friday. And he said, you know what, if you come on Sunday for our last game, I'll give it to you on Sunday. Never went. I can only imagine what I could get on eBay.
Okay. I'm going to give you something that's worse. Well, not necessarily worse. It depends on your era. My mom...
I never saw Honus Wagner.
My
Ty
mother...
Cobb was great, though.
My mother ran the office, was a dental technician. You know the way it was back in the day, in the 50s. She ran the place. There was her and the dentist. And the Dodgers, about 7 or 8 of the Dodgers used to go there. That was their dentist, because they all lived in Bay Ridge. Or most of them did around Flatbush or Park Slope. So my mom got me a baseball. Now listen to the names, okay? Campanella, Snyder, Hodges, Reese, and number 40 to himself, Jackie Robinson. My brother hits it over a factory roof.
That's a tough one.
A factory roof. Do you know what that ball would be worth today? We'd have the studio would be
a little bit bigger.
Yeah, I remember that. Hey, do you have any brothers?
Yeah, I do.
What ages?
He is 33.
33. Okay.
34,
So were you competitive with each other when it came to sports? Did you?
I was just so much head and shoulders above and beyond him.
Well, yeah. See, now my brother played college ball. Great basketball player. Only 5'9", but great point guard. And he taught me a lot, but I could just never shoot. I could bring the ball up. I was a smart player. I was dirty because I had to be to play a defensive, have a defensive role. And man, he would just, and occasionally we played on different teams at the CYO because he was 4 years older. He would just beat the living daylights out of me. It was just ugly games. I mean, he was more offended if I did something. And I remember one game, we were playing at this, Anthony's going to call up and say, good. We were playing at the YMCA, at the CYO at this place, St. Rocco's, in a CYO game. And it was for like older teenagers. He was like 19 or 18. It was just before he was going in the Army. And I was 16. And we beat him. Now, he had like 25 points. I had 4. But I was in charge of abusing him, pushing him, grabbing him. We won. He threw a chair at me. Then he dragged me out and threw me into the snow. That's what we had. Pitching and stickball one day. I couldn't get him out. You ever play pitching and stickball? Great game. Great game. I just couldn't get him out. And you know what happens when a guy's eye's good and your arm's tired? You may never get him out. So what do you think I did with one of my pitches to try and...
You beamed him.
You bet. Right in the neck. Out comes the bat. Flies. I had to jump over it. So where does the next pitch have to go?
Crotch?
No. Right off the top of his head, so hard, it bounced on this one-story factory roof next to the playground. He grabs a water bottle. This is like a week before he's going into the Army. We had, when you used to deliver the milk, a glass bottle. And I know he's crazy. Like his eyes are spinning in his head. I run out the park, and as I'm leaping down 5 steps, I see the bottle go over my left shoulder, and I still remember it landed at the feet of the woman who was to become his mother-in-law 6 years later. We used to just be horrible to each other, just horrible. And every time I got even with him, this is a good story. We had a fight in our bedroom, and he hits me in the eye with a book. Again, he's in his upper teens, I'm in my mid-teens. Got a black eye. Now, every night, his girlfriend, Pam, used to call around the same time at 7. Now, this is back in the 60s, and we only had one phone in the house. It was in the living room where, the living room was always dark. It was kind of one of those houses. We had a giant kitchen. Everybody hung in the kitchen. So I get the Journal American and the New York Times, and I tie them into a really good bat. And I get on one, and I'm hiding behind the door on one knee, and I'm waiting for the phone to ring at 7 o'clock. Ring, ring, ring. He comes walking in. I'm on my knee. I get him right in the full bore swing. He drops first to his knees and then forward. And then I pick up the phone. Hi, is Tony there? Oh, hi, Pam. How are you? This is Robert. That's what my family knows me under there. This is Robert. And she said, where's Tony? He's not feeling very well, and he's got to call you back. I hang up the phone, and I go and hide out at a friend's house. So you never had any moments like that with your brother?
My brother got very big. He's got 3 inches on me. I'm a pretty tall guy. He's got 3 inches on me. I used to play basketball with him until he started to grow. Then I just quit.
Smart. See, you're sensible. I'm not. All righty, folks, we have to run. We got to get a hold of Hezi Aris. Breaking news. He from in fact, he did a hesitorial this weekend about, how government almost becomes a police state. Thank you so very much. Of course, we're saying thank you to Jake Schaefer as he returns. Well, he's going to stay right here in front of me, but he becomes once again the living, breathing think tank. It is 8:22. Hezi Aris is going to join us momentarily. He's the managing editor and the publisher of the Yonkers Tribune. Please welcome, without further ado, Hezi Aris. Good morning, Hezi. How are you?
How you doing? I tried you 3 or 4 times, and I see you're talking about me, so I decided to call.
Well, yeah, no, I was. I was so embraced in talking about the time my brother and I had that fight that I realized I went 2 minutes past my cue. But here I am, and here you are, one of the fine journalists in Westchester County. The Yonkers Tribune is his vehicle, and the truth is his product. What's going on? What did you write about this week? Tell the people.
Well, it's a very interesting set of circumstances. I just wrote a story and defined how it came to be that Yonkers became a totalitarian state. I don't know if you realize that. It's a very unique anomaly, but it's certainly been many, many years in the making.
That's a hell of a statement. Now, totalitarian means total control, but do they control what people think? Do they suppress dissent? Explain yourself.
Well, no, they don't control what people think, but they make sure to use a term like earlier you were talking about ugly people from Italy.
Yes, sure.
Well, we're not dealing with ugly people of Italy, but evidently the ugly head has arrived in the city of Yonkers, and it doesn't go to Italy; it actually goes to England. You know, in the old days, remember when there was the manor and there was the lord of the manor?
Yes.
And at that time, they did go to Italy, the English did, and they decided that something was very pertinent with regard to Latin, and that was the term fidelitas, which means faithfulness.
Yeah, fidelity, yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's exactly right. That's where it comes from.
Mm-hmm.
But fidelity also means that you had to, conform to whatever the lord of the manor wanted, because if he didn't like you and you didn't do what he wanted, you got kicked out of the manor, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you had no life, and you were probably going to get killed outside of the manor because he protected you.
Right.
Well, that's the way it works in Yonkers, except it's a little bit different. I don't even think the Spanos know this because they don't read that far back. and they probably don't have the knowledge.
When you say the Spanos, it makes it sound like the Borgias, speaking of Italy, but go ahead.
Yeah, it is. It's very similar, actually. It turns out there is a changing of the guard, and this consolidates the power structure in Yonkers more than ever before. And a lot of it has to do with the courts. The Yonkers City Courts, we have one person by the name of Marianne Scataratigo, neighbor that people may know. She was on the city court, and she was a judge there. She's now moving over and becoming a family court judge for Westchester County, but she'll still be functioning out of Yonkers. And the person that will fill her seat is none other than our present Inspector General, Brendan McGrath. He has done absolutely nothing in the 6 to 7 years that he's been in office. We've never heard or read anything.
What's his current role?
He's the Inspector General, Yonkers Inspector General.
Because, I'm not saying anything you don't know, but for the sake of our listeners, a family court judge, I did a little reading on that after I read your piece. A family court judge has extraordinary power, far more than almost any other judge within their purview. They make decisions, whether you keep your kid, whether you don't, what has to be done.
Right.
Enormous power. Wow. Go ahead, sir. Sorry.
Well, the reality is, yes, we all know that about the family court judge. But the thing is that causes everything to change. And with our Yonkers Inspector General, who's supposed to work for the public as well as for the mayor, as well as the city council, never ever gave anything out, never publicly noticed. And he's going to become now a Yonkers City Court judge. Then, on top of that, it turns out that the person who will be brought back to the administration will be none other than Liam McLaughlin. You probably remember him. He used to be the Yonkers City Council president before he lost 2 years ago to John Cater.
Didn't you predict that he would be back
Michael
one day?
Cater.
Didn't you predict that he would be back one day?
Yeah, but hey, I even wrote that. Remember when he went to Puerto Rico?
Yes.
Why do you think he went to Puerto Rico? He had nothing else better to do.
For
but
the
they were planning.
conference.
They already started the plan. So he's now going to become our Inspector General.
Based on your reporting, what deal did he cut back when? Because he's a Republican.
Everybody who's in Yonkers is a Republican. That's the whole point. Here, remember when the assemblyman who represented the Assembly District 90 was none other than Mike Spano, the assemblyman? He was a Republican.
Yes, I remember
and then
that.
he changed and became a Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
Then he lied his way, claiming he was a Democrat, which is, I don't care if you're a Democrat or a Republican, just tell us who you are.
Mm-hmm.
But so he got the votes and won as a Democrat, and now he's hiring every Republican that he knows for the last 20 years.
My guest is Hezi
So we're
Harris.
switching everything around.
My guest is Hezi Harris.
It gets even better.
Well, let me just reset so people know who's
Okay.
saying these things. He's the managing editor and publisher of the Yonkers Tribune. His editorial this week, how this city of Yonkers is, in his view, almost totalitarian. Continue, please.
Well, and then we have another person that's coming into the fold, none other than Richard Martinelli. Richie Martinelli, if you remember, at one time was the Yonkers City Council president as well. And he lost out to Chuck Lesnick. And then we hear, for example, with the guy that was our majority leader on the Yonkers City Council who lost. He actually didn't lose. He didn't run again. And that was because he was going to get a job with the mayor.
Who might that
here
be?
He is. That would be Michael Sabatino, the majority leader. He's now got a job for $120,000. Isn't that great? So, and then we move to the next person, which is Corazon Pineda Isaac, who will actually, she's in the 2nd district. The mayor likes her. The mayor likes her so much that he hired her sister to work in the city. He also got Corazon Pineda Isaac a job with the county executive's office. So she works for the county executive. And now, which is very interesting, we have presently 3 Democrats on the city council, 3 Republicans on the city council, and the city council president is a Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
So what we're going to have is we're going to have a reorganization come January 2. At that point, we'll have a new city council person sitting in the 3rd district, the one that was just relinquished and who got a job for $120,000 with the mayor. And so now we're going to have the only one voting on the Democratic side of the aisle that is for Corazon will be Corazon herself. The 1st district and the 3rd district will not vote for her. The guy who changed affiliation from Republican to Democrat, John Rubo in the 3rd district, he's in the 4th district. He can't vote as a Democrat yet. He would still be regarded as a Republican because it will be only on the next general election that he will become officially a Democrat. But even so, he's going to vote for Corazon Pineda, and so will the other 2 members of the Republican Party, which means the Republicans, and one in the guise of a Democrat, the 4 Republicans are going to vote for the leader of the Democratic Party. Isn't that unbelievable?
Yeah,
so
it is.
She's getting support of the Republicans. What we're seeing now, and this is the issue, what we're seeing now is a 4-3 position where the mayor controls everybody because the mayor backed up Corazon Pineda, the mayor backed John Rubo and elevated him, the mayor got all those Republicans in, and he's got nobody that is a Democrat that he likes. He can't stand the city council president. He's not so terrific anyway, so I can understand why. But everybody else, it becomes questionable. And what's happened here is in the future, every vote that will come into play before the Yonkers City Council will be 4-3, always whichever way the mayor wants. So the mayor now controls the legislative department. He's the head of the executive, and with Leah McLaughlin as Inspector General, he also controls the judiciary. The judiciary. He controls all 3 forms of government. If that's not a definition of totalitarianism, I don't know what is. There you have it.
What is
it's
the result?
Bought and sold and paid for.
Now, is it not true that this is what happens when you have such extreme one-party rule, that you've got the power to make deals and the power to compromise legally, to compromise people and give them jobs or take away jobs? Is this not true?
Yeah, but it's true if you're looking at a situation where there's a Republican Party and there's a Democratic Party, because I'm only using them because they're the 2 most important parties in the nation as well as locally. However, we don't have Republicanism and we don't have Democratism in Yonkers. We have the Spano clan. They own the city. They decide by what they've done, what they've orchestrated, and also with the rescinding of the 3rd term, extending term limits by another term. I guarantee you, with a 4-3 vote from the city council into the next 4 years, you're looking at the Spanos in control of everything, probably to the year 2050. Not because they're Republican or Democrat, because they're the Spanos.
That's way out there. I mean, 50 is 30
way
years?
out there.
30
It's
years.
Not way out there.
You think
if
they'll?
You own. Hey,
Go ahead.
when the reason they're so upset at me is because I watch everything that they do, and the reason is, like, they were upset because I wrote up the fact that some of the Spano clan went all the way out to Eastchester and went to Gigante to work out some deals with the construction company, so that for future construction in Yonkers.
Hezzy Harris,
this is reality.
Share with us what the consequences of this are. What are some of the things? Will justice be denied? Will
Yes, it will be denied.
What other
In
kinds
other words,
of things?
You'll be employed if you follow orders, and if you don't, out the door you go. Hey, how is it logical even that somebody who's the majority leader of the Yonkers City Council who said to the mayor, and I reported this over a year ago. He asked the mayor, "Well, if you want me out the door, and you give me a job for $120,000 in Yonkers, or if you can get me something in Westchester County, then I'll be very happy to pull out of the race." And that's exactly what he did. And now we know for sure $120,000 a year. What are we paying for?
Go back to the.
You know what? When the Spanos control the entire city council future vote, then why are we wasting over each one of those city council people? Every one of them earns at minimum $100,000 apiece. We got 7 of those bozos, and so what do we have? A $700,000 nut to crack just on that alone. And then we have to pay for a car insurance, give them reduced gas, pay for the goddamn cars, and on top of that, they're going to get a pension if they can stay there at least 10 years.
You did a story several years ago.
We're talking about $1 million. What is it? $1.5 million is our cost now into the future for what? For people who can stamp whatever the administration asks of them.
You did a story several years ago about the number of cars in Yonkers. Are council members there given cars? Who gets cars? Who doesn't?
Yes.
A council member's given a car.
The people in Yonkers, city council people get cars, and they get a city car. They get reduced cost or no cost for gasoline. We pay the insurance for the car. If they crash it, no problem. You could just crash whatever you want. And many of them have, including Corazon Pineda, but she doesn't pay for the car, and that costs us money. And you know what? When it came to her car and we realized her car was gone, we started looking for it. 3 months later, we found it, but we were the only ones that ever reported about the crash in the first place.
Is there any loyal opposition left?
No.
I mean, DiGregorio, I guess was his name. He ran, and it was not very. Or DiGiorgio.
He was bought and paid for. Give me a break. Did you believe any of that BS? Well, when the mayor was running as a Democrat to become the next mayor, who did he bring up? Karen Beltran, who works at the city. She's got a conflicted past anyway, but it doesn't matter. When she did her first fundraiser, 6 people showed up at 66 Main Street. 6 people. And she was somebody in the Board of Education with a long legacy of being, I guess, the president of the Yonkers, the Yonkers Public School PTA president. Really? So she could only show up with 6 people? Oh, give me a break. She was bought and paid for. And Ivy Reeves, I remember meeting her when she was running as well. And I said, well, what are you doing? Well, I'm keeping it down low at the moment. Well, I said, you keep it any further, nobody will even know you exist. And the truth is, she never did exist. And that's how the mayor got the Democratic candidacy. And Mario DiGiorgio was a buffoon that probably will get something at the end of the day for his being, showing some fealty, a little bit of respect.
You're suggesting, let me see if I understand this right, that they supported his running because they knew he'd be a weak candidate and that all he did was go through the motions?
They didn't support him because they thought he was a weak candidate. They pulled him out of the woodworks he was a weak candidate.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
That's exactly right.
It is 8:39. Hezi Aris, our guest. Now, so since there's no loyal opposition, what goes on?
I forgot one more thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
One more thing. Remember, I forgot to tell you about Richie Martinelli. He is now, he's a publisher of Westchester Magazine.
Yes.
He's going to be, he's designated and will be appointed as the Business Development Counsel to the city of Yonkers. Isn't that great?
Wow. So
part of the family.
Where do we go from here? I mean, you have to cover this news. They're going to bar you from City Hall. No, what I mean is you do. That's my point. But they're going to put barbed wire in City Hall. My God.
I don't go to City Hall. Why do I need to go to City Hall when I get my information? They never give me information. I have my sources. For example, in the last 3 months, I have not gotten any information from the Yonkers Police Department. You know why? Because they don't want anyone to know that there might be something that's happening in the city that might besmirch the look of the city. But hey, in New York City, they don't have a problem telling you if somebody was a drug addict and died. They don't have a problem telling you someone got shot. It's not their fault. It's not the police's fault. But you see, over here, we want to cover up the truth, and therefore the only way to do it is to make sure that nobody gets the information.
8:40.
And so they don't send it out.
8:40. Hezi Aris, our guest here on Mornings with Bob Marrone. I am Bob Marrone. This is Radio Westchester, the radio station at the train station. It's 31 degrees still. Remember, there's going to be rain.
So do you think the question is in New Rochelle? Do you think they would sit back and allow this same sort of situation to happen?
No.
You got a similar divide of people between Republicans and Democrats and Republicans, but there isn't that onerous conduct where...
Well, you know what we have here, to their credit? We have a vocal minority that calls radio shows, that goes to citizens to be heard. And that's, thank goodness. And although, you know what we have here, too? I mean, we have a Democratic mayor who generally I like, but one of the things I don't is he's got a couple of city councilmen. One of them is practically a council people, a hologram. She's from the North End, doesn't like to do interviews, we don't know if she knows policy, but because she was on the Democratic line, she won.
Well, welcome to Yonkers times 7.
Wow.
Got 7 of those people.
So things aren't always perfect.
Talk.
But you know what, though? That's what happens when you have one-party rule. But here, we also have
one-party rule. It's called the Spano.
We have a robust and honest shot-calling Republican who keeps getting reelected, Al Tarantino, and a couple of moderates. But it sounds like you don't have that at all in your city.
No, we don't. No, we don't, because everyone is scared they could lose their job. And look, we have a city, the city of Yonkers, they employ over 5,000 people. When you want to look at the figures, 5,000 people, their spouse, most of them are married, so you can almost double that figure. From 5,000, you get to 10,000. And many of them are married and most likely have at least one child. So you're looking now at 15,000. Those are 15,000 votes. Plus, you get friends of these people who are employed in the city. They want their friends and family to do well, so they're going to vote for them as well.
Now,
That's how the mayor won with 19,000 votes in the last election, and nobody else got squat, including Mr. DeGiorgio, who got diehard Republicans to vote for him. So he won about, 18 or 19 or 20% of the vote.
That's not enough to win dog catcher. My goodness, 8:43.
You got it.
Hezi Aris, our guest.
But he had such a good time, and if you remember on your own show, he said, "Well, I want to run for mayor because my granddaughter is the most important thing in the world." I remember everything, Mr. Marrone.
Oh,
if you forget anything, then you know what? Then you are unaware. Then you don't understand.
You have recollection of an elephant, as he asked. Hey, you know what I want to ask you about?
Well, you know what? I think the only thing they do before they go to sleep at night in the city of Yonkers is they hope that I'll get a stroke and forget everything.
I'm sure they do.
Until that day happens, and you know what? The good Lord will make a decision whether to go there or not eventually. And so that's it. But so far, so good.
I think the good Lord likes the hesitorials too much. Do you know what I wanted to ask you? I always like to look back at big stories that you've covered. Ridge Hill, are all the people who went to jail out now, and have they been out for a while?
Yeah, they're the felons.
With Sandy Anabi, I know, is back out. And there was the guy, the Republican operative who went to jail. They're all out now, right? They're back leading their lives.
Jairus, and then of course Nick Spano was involved in that. The only one that didn't get put in jail were the people who I forgot the name of the character now.
The guy that paid the money. I'm guessing that.
Well, he didn't go anywhere.
Did Sandy
He was
Anabi, who I
fine.
know you felt got kind of a raw deal, did she at least get paroled early, or did she do the whole 5 years? Do you know? For
No,
you?
she did the whole 5 years.
Wow.
She didn't get any benefit out of it. The truth is, I don't even understand why she never said what really went on. So,
You never know.
knows?
She probably just wants to go on with her life too, and I hope she's okay.
Right.
You know, she did her time.
Well, I
she
hope
did
she
her.
is. I hope she's okay too. But I think it all should have been said beforehand and could have been told to the district attorney or the government investigators, and then we would have known the truth. And that's the way it works.
What other?
But look at that. She's still out of a job, but Nick Spano's got his job.
Well, because
Nothing
he
ever happened to
has
him.
that independent role as a
Lobbyist.
So lobbyist. That sounds like a fun job if you can get it. 8:46. Before you go, what stories are you working on, and what are we likely to hear Friday in your regular segment?
Oh, I don't. I got so much on my plate. I don't remember what I'm planning for Friday.
So you'll put them in a bingo hopper for us, and then we'll come back to it. Okay,
yeah.
that makes sense.
Also, did you notice? Remember there was only once the Journal News covered the case with Larry Percari, the former
Shouldn't
Mount Vernon,
that jury come in
Corporation
today?
Counsel.
Shouldn't that jury come in today?
Well, I don't know if it's going to come in today. It's certainly been sitting around. They're deadlocked at the moment, and my big worry is that I personally think that if you stole the money, however you stole it, even if it didn't go to benefit you, but benefited the lying mayor from the time that you were appointed by him and you served him, you stole $365,000 means you're the thief. So. And I'm afraid that if the jury is deadlocked for this long, I think one of the people is going to bolt, either the ones that are for putting him in jail, or someone that doesn't want him to go there because they got a life. They're sick and tired of sitting there arguing, and that means that for some reason the jury is confused about the law.
Well,
That's a real problem.
It's a simple case, but it's simple in two sides. One is if he didn't, at least as I understand it, the biggest thing against him is that he falsified the reasons for taking the money. But the biggest defense he has is that they were paying all kinds of bills out of that department. The question is, A, is it a legitimate bill? B, did he file the right records? And what the prosecutor's saying is that he filed false documents. And
he did file false documents with the Water Department, and that was the way he was able to abscond with $365,000, which all went to pay for a
Richard
revised
Thomas's legal
image
bills
of the Richard Thomas, the mayor, and also to pay for his lawyers. And so that told you right away that it was a problem, and he had nothing else to do with other costs being paid for from that department, and that was the reason, for example, and maybe you bring up the fact that Deborah Reynolds, the comptroller in Mount Vernon, she didn't pay. I understand she didn't pay a lot of bills originally. Maybe she had it out for Richard Thomas, but at the end that should have been resolved a long time ago, and it wasn't.
Well, then the judge
I don't
didn't
know
help.
why.
The judge didn't help. The controller didn't help. But hey,
You
listen,
could
we
go
got to
above
run.
the judge. Judge Lefkowitz is not the only judge in town. I hate to tell you.
I think you don't hate to tell me. I think you like telling me. Hezzy Harris, it is always a pleasure. I love you. And we'll talk again on Friday, folks. He will have more news, I assure you. He's the managing editor of the Yonkers Tribune. Don't forget to go to Blog Talk Radio and check out his show at 10 o'clock.
Oh, yeah, that's tonight, today at 10. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Good
Same
show.
here. Hezzy Harris, folks. All righty, coming up next in just a few minutes, we're going to hear from Assemblyman Tom Abenante. Right now, we're going to take a look at the weather. It's still 31. It's cold out there. The real issue today, we won't have rain today. It's going to get up to 34 tonight, but we do expect heavy rains in Westchester and snow and sleet and slush up north of 287 and perhaps further up the valley. But the real issue will be in the morning. It will freeze over. The temperatures are going to drop precipitously. But again, we expect rain and maybe slush, but mostly rain down here in Westchester. We'll see if we can get an update on that for you. And after tomorrow, again, low temperatures in the 20s during the day, the teens at night, both Tuesday into Wednesday and on into Thursday when it begins to warm up again, at least getting up to 32 degrees. The weather's brought to you exclusively by United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses, and it's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. And we get ready to go to our next guest. I just want to be sure to give credence to some of our sponsors as we enter this next segment. We're brought to you this morning by Plug-in Virtual Reality Aging Issues Management and their associates, Aging Issues Radio, the law firm of Payne and Kahn and Dominic Cigars. My next guest, no stranger to these microphones. He's been with us for several years, and he's back in his regular spot, 850. Please welcome Assemblyman Tom Abenante. Good morning, Assemblyman. How are you?
Good morning, Mr. Marrone. I'm doing fine. How about you?
Oh, it's busy between impeachment, between what's going on in the county and locally and down in New York City. We never have a shortage of news. A lot of things going on, too, at the state level today. People will be able to go and apply for licenses, even if they're in this country illegally. How do you feel about that?
I voted in favor of it. We have a lot of people who are refugees. You know, we haven't termed them that way, but let's look back at our grandparents and everybody else's great-grandparents. You know, they were refugees. No matter what you call them, they were refugees, whether it was from economic conditions that weren't working for them or direct oppression. You know, they were all refugees, and people are coming to this country from everywhere looking for a better life. And particularly from South America, where the stories are horrendous about how the gangs are rampant and how they're attacking people, and especially if there's a young boy or a young man, they're conscripted into service to work for a gang. And you know, you hear these stories over and over again, and America is supposed to be the land of opportunity. And I'm looking around, and I'm seeing a real shortage of labor. It's amazing. I have seen situations where gardeners are complaining they can't get people. Restaurants are complaining they can't get people. I mean, even construction people in some cases. Like I know up around the Albany area, it's hard to get unskilled labor. It's doing the jobs at the bottom of the scale that Americans just don't want to do, but want done. They want them done for themselves because if they are starting their own little business, let's say you've got somebody who's been in the construction field, wants to become a contractor, or somebody wants to open a restaurant, or somebody wants to, you know, they were working for somebody else as a landscaper. Now they want to start their own landscaping business. Well, they need people below them. They need people who are going to get paid less. And our Americans don't want to do those jobs. And right now I'm hearing there's a shortage of those. You know, I don't know about surveys on this stuff, but I'm just hearing anecdotally from different communities. And so there's a mutually beneficial relationship here to allow people who are refugees to come into the country and make sure that they work. But give them give them help. Let's get them job trained. Let's get them placed where there are jobs. You know, I'm hearing from my friends up in upstate New York that some communities that have lost population are being rejuvenated by immigrants. I think they're from up in the Buffalo area or the Rochester area. They're talking about people coming from Eastern Europe who are fleeing all of the violence over there. And they're rejuvenating communities, and that's how those communities started in the first place. The Irish and the Polish and the Italians who populated those communities.
To be fair, the reason I'm laughing is my 9 o'clock guest came in wearing a Santa hat with a face on it, so you'll excuse me.
Okay.
But, Bob,
we should be the Santa here. And now, why are we doing that? Why did we do this with the roads? Let me get right to that point.
Sure.
People are going to be driving. Okay, they got to get to the jobs that they get, whether they're legal or not. They're here. What's happening is they want to work. These refugees want to work, and so they're finding these jobs, and they got to get there. So they drive. Now, better, they should be driving after taking a driving course, after passing a driving test, after getting insurance. So this is a very practical thing. It ties in with a philosophy that I just espoused, but it's very practical. We want safe roads. We don't want people on the roads who are dangerous drivers. You know, when you come over here from Europe, you stay for 2 months, you could drive without taking a test.
Assemblyman Abenante, I got a question for you.
I
want you to bring it up another level. Here's the issue. There are people, and obviously, who are concerned about the fact that people aren't here legally. How do we deal with repatriation? What do we do? I mean, let's face it, one of the reasons Donald Trump got elected is neither the Democrats nor the Republicans could ever come up with a solution that would work regarding all the people who are already here. What can we do? If you were at a higher level and you had the magic wand, what would you do?
I would find a path to citizenship for all of these people. I would make sure that there's a way for every one of these people to have a stake in our society. Obviously, there are some bad people out there. There are people who've come here from gangs and you know, with criminal records who are just dangerous people.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to weed that handful out. And you have to make everybody else have a stake in our community, just like our grandparents did, our great grandparents.
Because you know what I don't understand. We're working on a show regarding the evolution of the Holocaust, and we were doing some research yesterday about the people that came here right after the Nazis took over, let's say 1933, and a lot of people who came here, if they had a sponsor, they could stay. Whatever happened? Do you know whatever happened to that we couldn't sponsor? I tried to sponsor an employee I had at a restaurant 15 years ago, and it wasn't available to me, and we were ready to.
I don't know what's happened with that. I will tell you that I've seen that. I've seen that personally. I'm a lawyer, so I get to talk to a lot of different people. I've talked to the immigration lawyers and how difficult it is for them to get somebody a green card, even when they have a sponsor. By the time the green card comes through, the job is gone. You know, the employer has said, the hell with it, we can't do this anymore. I can't wait. You know, they got somebody who they really want.
Well, yes. The whole purpose of a sponsor was to alleviate the concern many people have that they come here and then they have to be on the dole.
I'm going to ask you to pose that question to the people running for Congress.
No, I will. Anyway, what's going on?
What happened to that?
What's going on in your world? What's going on in your world? What's at the top of your queue?
I want to talk about the infrastructure from another viewpoint.
Please do.
Last 2 weeks, the governor vetoed 2 of my bills. He's got a new tactic, which at least I appreciate his signing several of the bills that I passed. But 2 of the bills that I was very concerned about both deal with infrastructure. One of them was a safe roads legislation, which would close the loophole in the law that allows the state of New York to escape liability for New York's negligence in road repair during the pothole season, November 15th to May 15th. Believe it or not, New York state law says that all governments in the state of New York are liable if somebody is injured as a result of a road defect all year long, as long as there's proper notice and the government had the opportunity to repair it, reasonable time. But if they don't and they're negligent, well, then somebody could sue for damages, whether somebody dies or whether they just get a flat tire. Believe it or not, there's a loophole in it that says New York State is exempt from that law from November 15th to May 15th. So the legislature, both houses, passed by legislation to close that loophole, and the governor vetoed it. I think it was unfortunate. I think the governor is admitting failure. He's basically saying he can't keep the roads in good repair during the winter. No, we're requiring county executives and mayors and supervisors to do this, but the state of New York doesn't have to. Now he's saying, well, it's too expensive to have road crews, to have road crews work when we're also out clearing snow, et cetera. Well, you know what? The municipalities balance those issues. They figure out how to do it. And then he said, well, the places that make the pavement are closed in the winter. Well, it's only because the state's not asking for the pavement. We're a big buyer. If we were open all year round, those places would be open. Or we should be innovating. Our local governments are finding ways to do this, and there are some machines that have come out now, and some of our local governments have a new type of patch. Where's the state on this? Why are we behind on this? I think the governor is admitting failure, admitting defeat, and that's unfortunate. This is an important problem. Road repair, road conditions are. It's great that the governor's doing these big infrastructure projects. They were needed. They had to be done. But you can't neglect the infrastructure that people use every day. Whether it's the MTA, Metro North, or our roads. Our roads are. You drive on any of the local roads, and you will see that the municipalities are struggling, but they're getting there, keeping them up in good shape. Drive on the state roads; there are potholes everywhere already, and the season is just beginning.
What other bills has he stymied?
Well, I want to talk about another one he vetoed. I want to talk about the vetoes. The stuff that he signed was good stuff. It was local stuff. It was things that our communities needed, and I'm glad the governor is attentive to the local communities who have these problems. But the other one that he vetoes is the Toll-Payer Protection Act. You're aware of the problems that people have experienced as we convert from.
I've suffered from it. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. We've converted to a cashless system, and they have a tolls by mail system. Well, nothing in the law of the state of New York has authorized any government agency to use tolls by mail. It authorizes the state to collect tolls. It authorizes the state to use Easy Pass. There's nothing in the statute that authorizes tolls by mail. And there's nothing in there that provides protections for people who are billed improperly, whether their initial toll is improper or whether the penalty is improper. And there's nothing that authorizes the state to confiscate a vehicle. Seize somebody's vehicle just for what was equivalent to turnstile jumping. I mean, if you don't pay a toll, that's like turnstile jumping, okay?
What was his purpose?
Why should your car be seized because you didn't pay a toll?
What was his purpose for vetoing the bill, Assemblyman?
I'm not sure. I haven't seen the memo yet. He did it Friday afternoon, and so I've just seen the veto. I haven't seen the message yet. I do know that his staff has said that they're going to be instituting some of their own changes and making the system better. This is a statewide problem. I was on the TV in Buffalo on Friday evening, right after the veto. I got called. We did it by Skype, and I know that Grand Island in Buffalo has just gone to tolls by mail, and there's all kinds of screams and hollers up there about what's going on. The system's not working. Look, I'm not against the tolls by mail system.
It just should work.
This legislation would authorize it, and it would set up some reasonable procedures that have to be followed, and it would set up an independent court. It would require all of the authorities to set up an independent entity, like a court, to hear the complaints and to resolve the complaints before people have drastic measures taken against them. The United States Supreme Court earlier this year threw out or ruled that confiscating a vehicle out in one of the Midwest states, I don't remember where, confiscating a vehicle for seizing a vehicle when a person is arrested for a crime is too harsh a penalty. Well, then isn't it too harsh a penalty to seize a vehicle when somebody didn't pay a toll? It seems to me that this whole thing is unconstitutional. I'm waiting for some bright lawyer out there who has one of these clients to just throw the whole system out. And that's not a good thing to happen. We shouldn't have to wait for a court to throw the system out before we fix it.
No, it is not. Assemblyman, we have one more minute. Any final comments you'd like to make?
No, I just want to wish everybody a happy holiday. I'm not going to be available for the next few weeks, but we're going to be coming back in January, and we're going to be going right into session in January. I just want to wish everybody a happy holiday, whatever holiday it is that they celebrate. That's the great thing about America. Everybody can celebrate a different holiday depending on their heritage, but we all recognize we're all in this together. We're in a community. And for the community to work, everybody has to pull hard in the same direction. We've got to be working together, and we've got to treat each other with respect. We have disagreements. That's what America was all about. You read all about the papers when the country was founded, the Federalists versus the whoever, and back and forth. But in the end, they put together a country that worked. And I'm afraid our country is coming apart right now, and it's trickling down to local level where people are arguing and hating each other. That shouldn't
it's
be.
got to stop.
We should be pulling together in the same direction and wishing everybody happy holidays.
Same to you and yours. Merry Christmas. Happy holiday to you too, sir. Thank you very much. We're going to take a quick look at the weather and our sponsors, and then we will talk to our next guest, Bob Cox. He's the managing editor and publisher of Talk of the Sound, considered the source since 2008. All right, this top of the hour in a long-form interview is brought to you by the United Hebrew of New Rochelle, a top-rated campus of senior care. Visit uhgc.com. Aging Issues Management, the law firm of Pena and Khan. Plug-in virtual reality and Dominic's Fine Cigars, licensed retailer with a big selection, including Arturo Fuente, Padrones, and more. Dominic's Fine Cigars, located at 204 Boston Post Road in Larchmont. It's up to 32 now. Remember, today's commute is going to be a mess. Lots of rain, maybe slush here in Westchester, and up in the north, rain, or rather ice, snow. And after tonight, temperatures are going to drop precipitously, so you'll want to look out for ice during tomorrow morning's commute. And our next guest, one of the, quite frankly, first person we ever wanted to get as a regular on this show, because he does the heavy lifting, the hard work here in New Rochelle and in Westchester, does the tough stories, does his homework, does his fact-checking. He's the managing editor and publisher of Talk of the Sound, and I'd love to add the little tick. Considered the source since 2008. Please welcome Bob Cox. Good morning, Robert.
Good morning.
I love your hat. Now, before you go, you're going to have to put it on and come around and let everybody see why I laughed while I was talking to a state assemblyman.
I'll do it if you'll show off that sweater.
I will. They can see it. Here it is. Here. All right, come on, get that. Go do it now. No, do it now, Bob Cox. Now I'm breaking a story. For those of you, he's done stories. You want to see Bob looking silly? Here it is. Let me see this. Go ahead, get it. I'm looking at the monitor, which is behind me.
Where's the camera?
Right up there, right in the middle.
Hi, everybody.
Check this out. And we look good together. Merry Christmas to you, too. Merry Christmas. Tomorrow I string some lights around. I think I'm going to bring my bubble lights in. What do you think, Jake? Bubble lights? I love. Do you ever? Did you as a kid? Did you ever have bubble lights in the house?
My neighbors had them. They were always pretty amazing.
I love those things. Yeah.
Yeah. I just got some rope lights. They're LED lights that come on an 80-foot long string, and you'll see them at my apartment wound around the balcony.
I was going to say they wound around the balcony. Yeah, I love that. I love a bubble. And it's funny how you remember. I was. And it was a wonderful. If I say it, people go, "Oh, we poor kid." No, I was in a foster home until I was 7. But the family I was with, very loving family, and they used to have bubble lights on a white Christmas tree.
Yeah,
and it stayed with me all these years.
And the people listening at home know what a bubble light is?
Some probably do, others don't. There's this little glass tube. It looks almost like a small test tube with a point on it that sits in a bulb that is kind of like a. I want to say, you know what it looks like, Bob? It looks like a cream puff, a small cream puff, except it's colorful, and it lights up, and the heat from the bulb underneath makes the water boil. Mm-hmm. So that's, but I don't. Why can it boil in a closed system? I don't know enough about them.
It sounds horribly dangerous, and it's probably why you don't see them much anymore.
Well, but you can buy them. You got to.
Can you?
You got to send away. I bought two
They're
sets.
From China, the Chinese don't care if they burn down all our Christmas trees.
Hey, I was looking over some of your stories in preparation for the day, and one that caught my eye after what the Interreligious Council, after they went after the superintendent of schools, she commented about the swastikas in your swastika story. What can you tell us about that story?
Well, I mean that I have been periodically checking in with the police, and I look at the police blotter on a regular basis. Mm-hmm. Looking for something that sounds like it might be another swastika, because they don't say on the report swastikas. Mm-hmm. So they'll say miscellaneous or making graffiti or criminal mischief.
Sure.
But I'm looking at the address, so if I see Clove Road or Granada Lane or whatever. Mm-hmm. And have been checking since March, because in March the district announced that they would no longer comment publicly on the swastikas that were being found. And
did they say why?
In the statement, no. But talking to Jewish leaders in this community, what they told me was that the superintendent told them that the police had advised them not to make any further public announcements or statements about swastikas, and the theory that would encourage copycats.
Copycats.
I did check with the city. And that's absolutely untrue. The police department did not give them any guidance on that. I knew to ask because in the past, the district has said something similar to that, whether it's bomb threats or the Valerie Schwab situation, that they say the police told them to do X or Y. And I know that the police department isn't in the business of giving anybody that kind of guidance, and specifically the school district. So that actually wasn't true.
And this was back in May.
March.
I'm sorry.
And but there was several more incidents last spring, which the district then did not comment on. And then I kept checking in the fall. So I checked end of September. I checked a few weeks ago, and sure enough, there had been an incident right before Thanksgiving. Actually, 4 swastikas.
You had
found
the
at the high
photo
school.
on your website.
I didn't have photos because of those 4 that were recently found.
Oh,
in
I see. They were
November.
the old ones?
Yeah, because I asked for the photos from the
Pardon me.
police as part of my FOIL request, and they said that by the time they got there, the people at the school had already erased them, and so they weren't available to be photographed by the police. Then there was another incident at Albert Leonard. Actually, I reported this on December 10th, I think in the afternoon. But that morning, there was another incident at Albert Leonard Middle School where somebody had painted a swastika and some sort of profanity on the basketball court. And so the police were called, and they documented that as well. So, on the first one, the superintendent issued a statement, but also said we won't comment any further. It was noteworthy because it's the first swastika out of what are now 20 swastikas that have been found over the past 13 months under Dr. Fayou's watch as the new superintendent. So this was her first comment. And then the principal at Albert Leonard, John Barnes, had put out an email to the families at the school about the incident. However, if you look at that statement and what's in the police report, they diverge. So it wasn't that a message of hate was written. It was actually another swastika, and it was painted, and some of the timing doesn't quite match up. So in my experience, you can't really rely on the school district to give you an accurate account of what's going on. In fact, of the 20 swastikas, they've only actually admitted to 5. So in the meantime,
over that span.
Yeah, in the meantime, the Interreligious Council has been also weighing in on this. There's supposed to be some meetings with the Jewish leadership, maybe as soon as today, to address it. Well,
I know Fayou wrote to the Interreligious Council.
Yeah,
and
we
the rabbi
published,
over it. Yeah,
published that. So I think the concern of some people in the community that I've talked to is the theory that if we don't talk about it, it'll go away hasn't worked, because there's now been 8 incidents since they said they were going to talk about it.
Let me ask you about this, because it's an interesting issue. I think that whenever a swastika is used, it has to minimally be a teaching moment, because as you well know, a lot of kids who would put the swastika up don't really deeply understand what it means, and they should be taught it right away. And others have true hate in their hearts. It's hard to know.
Well, since we don't know who did it, we wouldn't know.
No, but what I'm saying is, in general, that tends to be the case.
I don't know. I would say this is that the interesting dilemma that the district has is that under the board president's view of the world, which is that only white people can be racist,
Wait, go back up a minute. Is that true?
Yeah, that's. I wrote about that.
No, I remember, but does she believe that, or is she just interpreting it incorrectly? I mean, I guess you can't speak for her, but
no, I
have trouble.
I don't
with
have
that.
to speak for her. I was there when she said it, and I interviewed her about it, and she made a comment that the definition of racism is prejudice plus power. Since only white people in the United States have power, then only white people can be racist. That's why she didn't agree with the.
But that's her definition.
Well, but she also said at the time.
I don't buy it, but yeah.
Well, she said, actually what she said at the time is that is how the entire board feels. And she also said that view would be informing all future decisions of the school board. This was in July. So at the time, I confronted her about that. I spoke.
But she went ahead and hired a superintendent who was the characterization of the opposite. She sued for racism, being a white person. It's kind of contradictory, no?
Well, I mean,
Not of you. I mean, of her.
no, I mean, she was,
Or at least a paradox.
she was trying to explain to the people in the crowd that she was with them, basically, on their views about racism, because many of the people were people that she knows that are involved in things like the Rochelle Against Racism group or Indivisible Westchester. These are mostly the people who got her elected.
If I may, you and I like words and definitions. There are legal definitions, and there are definitions that each of us may apply to what we think. In this case, that is a subjective definition.
Well, I would say that it's actually a definition that was created by far left radicals.
Yeah, that's
that
what I'm saying.
represent a very tiny slice of America. When I confronted her on it at the time, and I wrote about this, she said that that's the commonly understood definition of racism. And I told her that it's absolutely not the commonly understood definition. And her answer was, well, everybody I know thinks that. And I said, well, you need to get out more because that is not the case. She asked me to read the definition from the dictionary.
Webster's.
She asked me for the Oxford English Dictionary, actually, specifically, and I read the definition, and it said what everybody understands racism to be. And she said that's wrong. And she asked me to read another one, and I picked out a different book. I think I did pick out Webster's, and read it to her, and she said, well, I don't understand that. And I said, well, there's a very simple reason, which is that because the commonly understood definition
it's an
of the term
agenda,
is
but
in
that
the
is an
dictionary.
agenda. That is a politically agenda-driven definition that she gives. I mean,
It's a made-up definition.
Yeah. Well,
It's just
that's-
fabricated. Okay, nobody believes that except a tiny sliver of people. It just so happens that one of them is the board president, which is a little bit troubling. But she went further than that, and she said that the entire board shared that view, and she said that that view would inform all board decisions.
That's an easy thing to check out, which
Well,
I'm sure you did.
I
yeah.
did. I did. And
Shocker.
majority of the board said no to that definition. Several decided that they wouldn't comment at all, but I took that to be that they didn't want to be publicly contradicting the board president, not that they agreed with her.
Well, she can't fire them; they're elected.
Well, the only person who agreed with that definition was actually the board president herself. But in any case, why does this create a dilemma now? Well, if the person who has been doing this, and persons, right, different schools, is caught, right, and they're anything other than white, then according to the board president, it can't be a hate crime because they can't be racist.
That's just ridiculous.
Well, okay, but I'm just telling you the logical conclusion of the position of the board president is...
Well, that's if you
that
extrapolate that conclusion. I don't think that...
It's not extrapolating. It's just applying her definition to the actual situation.
Applying, or whatever the word you want to use, is you can't apply that. That just wouldn't fly in a court of law.
Well, extrapolating means that I'm extending out some
right,
metaphor.
and that's what I am. I'm extenuating out her interpretation.
Well, I'm not.
To
I'm
a
just
real...
saying that if you say that black people and Hispanic people in this country can't be racist...
That's ridiculous.
If you say that, and the person who's doing these swastikas is black or Hispanic, then you're also saying that that person cannot
No, I get your point.
Crime.
No, I get your application.
I don't know many people who believe that.
No, but you're just saying that would be the interpretation.
And if this was just somebody who was a speaker at a public meeting who got up and made a comment, that would be one thing. But if it's the school board president, it creates an issue, which is that, for example, how would you sort of discipline a student for doing that if the board president's position is that couldn't be racism? So you could pursue it for graffiti, you could pursue it as criminal mischief. If they came on school property when they weren't supposed to be, you could pursue it as trespassing. But one thing you wouldn't be able to pursue it as is a hate crime under her definition. Now, the police themselves, I asked them about that. I said, why have you classified this as a hate crime? And if not, why not? And what I was told was that there's a number of elements that come into play in the penal code regarding what constitutes a hate crime. And if I understood correctly, what they were trying to convey was we'd have to know, we have to have an actual suspect and then talk to them and find out, because part of it's what's in your heart.
Of course,
right?
yes.
What are you
well, that was
thinking?
what I was getting at earlier.
Right. So they initially did actually classify some of these incidents as hate crimes, and then more lately they have not. So I would also say that, what's happened here is that in November of 2018 is when we first broke any story about there being a swastika on school grounds, and there was one, and then turned out to be two at the high school back in November 2018. So, I would say that the response from the district and the police have evolved a bit. So, but just because there's more of them to deal with, and I think we could say one thing for sure: not talking about it as a policy, which they started in March, has not actually had an impact. Because you've had now 8 since.
What's interesting about all this, this is my own observation and my own interpretation. The numbers of rednecks that say Heil Hitler, the numbers of idiots who draw a swastika, the numbers of people who say they worship the devil, they don't even know. 80% of them have no idea what the hell they're doing and talking about. That's the worst part of this, the ignorance and not understanding the hurt involved. And I've always been mystified by that. Why do you got to put up a swastika on the wall? I don't get it.
Well, do you think we have a lot of rednecks in the New Rochelle school system?
I'm talking.
Well, then I would suggest to you that the people doing this are not rednecks.
No, I'm making an analogy. The number of rednecks that say that they could be white kids, they could be black kids. My point is, I was a little too narrow in my definition. My point is that 80% of the people that do this stuff don't even know what the hell they're talking about, and it infuriates me.
Well,
now, others do.
I would tell you that what's actually been going on in this country for a long time, and now we're going to get into a much broader national issue. Is that it's actually the far left that has been pushing this narrative about Nazis and swastikas and all that stuff.
But pushing it in what way?
The far left is heavily anti-Semitic. That's just a fact. Okay, that's why Trump just signed an executive order addressing what's been happening in the schools.
Which I don't agree with, by the way. I think that he's making a mistake, and only because to question an Israeli policy shouldn't be considered anti-Semitic. But that's a separate issue to me.
Well, unless it's a cover for
being
anti-Semitic.
But it makes it too easy to make every issue when someone complains anti-Semitic. I mean, you got to be able to criticize another country. You have to be.
Well, I would say to you that you probably haven't actually read the executive order. You've probably read some media
I've read
accounts.
summaries of it. I've read a full.
Well, you've read summaries from people who actually oppose it. So you might want to actually just go read the
I certainly will.
summary.
But what's your
executive
interpretation
order.
of it? How specific how does it know when something's anti-Semitic versus, now there are anti-Zionists, but then there are also people who want to criticize Israel and should.
Well,
how do we dice that?
Let me suggest that we have that discussion having actually read the executive order, not the New York Times.
But if you've read it, I'm interested in your interpretation of it. Well, I do trust your brain.
Okay, and I'm happy to go into national issues. However, I prefer to stick to Rochelle
for another day.
But I would just say that I'm trying to explain that,
and we'll leave this for the listeners to be continued.
I'm trying to explain that there is an issue. Okay, in schools, okay, and
go ahead.
That executive order is mostly aimed at colleges.
Yes.
Okay, where the far left is virulently anti-Semitic. That's what it's trying to address. Now, you may say that you don't like how it's addressing it, but that is the issue it's intended to address.
And we'll leave it there.
And I don't think that it's likely that we have a bunch of KKK members running around New Rochelle High School putting up swastikas.
No, but my point earlier was, but I bet you we have a lot of kids that think it's cool to put that swastika there and don't know how heinous it is.
There's been 20, and if there was more than 5 kids involved out of 13,000 or whatever we've got now, I'd be surprised. So I don't think it's a lot of kids.
Okay, so we're
I think it's a handful of kids. I don't know if they know what they're doing or they don't know what they're doing. I don't think that's really the criteria. I think that the question is, what are we going to do about it? And I think that, generally speaking, pretending it's not happening isn't a solution. And that's the school district solution.
I agree with that.
We're going to pretend it's not happening, okay? So they're not commenting publicly as a rule. Now they did recently, but as a rule, they're not. Okay, that's their policy. And what I don't know is, are they concerned that I can get access to the police records, and so can anybody else?
Mm-hmm.
And so if I keep asking and keep looking at the police reports, I'm going to find, oh, there was another one. There was another one. Hold on. The solution then might be, since we don't want people to know about it, let's stop reporting it to the police.
Understood.
So therefore, there's no record of it.
But that's always the bad path to go down, as you've proven many times in your reporting. Bob Cox is our guest, Talk of the Sound, his news outlet, considered the source since 2008. You know what one is forced to ask, and you like to stick with the facts, so you can only speculate. But why do that? Why not just be open about it? Why not just say, yeah, we've had 20 of these. It's unacceptable. We have to get... Now, is it that they don't want... I'm asked a question that I'm trying to answer.
Well,
do you think?
I mean, the simple answer is they don't want negative publicity.
Well, that's too freaking bad.
Well, I mean, that's the issue. Listen, the end of the day, the swastikas is not a graffiti issue, right? It's a school safety issue. If you're a Jewish student in our school system,
yeah, no kidding,
you're going to feel unsafe.
Absolutely.
Thinking about the fact that there are people that are doing this, and there are other people who probably know about it, right? Because these kids would, maybe tell somebody else, ha, 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 look what I did and got away with. Or they might even observe it, right? Now, let's not make it sound like somebody's painting the Sistine Chapel when they write a swastika. There's no scaffolding setting up. They're not laying there painting the... Okay, it takes 5 seconds to make a swastika.
Of course it does.
So somebody could run around and put up 100 of them, and nobody might notice. I don't really know. But what I believe is that it does not serve the interests of the community to cover up when crimes are occurring in the school, whether that's an assault or whether that's a swastika.
Yeah.
And that has been the longstanding policy. In fact, if you want to go deeper into it, the state requires that the district report all violent and disruptive incidents in the school. And I've reported on this before, that the district woefully understates what those numbers are.
I've talked to police about this too, police guests.
Well, and it's commonly known. I've run some stories that actually, did some comparisons that showed, well, here's how many incidents got reported to the New Rochelle Police Department, and here's how many the school district reported during the same time period. Now, if you think about it, it takes a lot more effort to document going to the police station than if there's a fight in the hallway. If there's a fight in the hallway, well, security guards are involved, the teacher's involved. There's also people right there. You don't even have to go report to the police I was assaulted, because the school itself will document it, right? Other than that, I got to go, probably with my mom or dad down to the police station, wait around, fill out a complaint. So clearly there should be far fewer police reports of incidents at the high school in a given period than there are reports by the school itself. It should dwarf that. In fact, it was inverted during the period I looked at. There was far more police reports than there were reports at the school itself. And that's about as clear a bit of evidence you're going to get that the district is not reporting what's going on. Now, I had, at the time I was doing this, and I haven't done a story of this in a while, I had sources at the DA's office telling me that they knew that the district was keeping 2 sets of books. They had one set of books which recorded all the actual incidents, and another is what they reported to the state. And the reason is that they needed to keep these records because in case somebody sued or something like that, they had to have some documentation. But with the state, the law is such that, and this was the No Child Left Behind Act, which is now no longer in force, but it said that if a school was viewed as persistently dangerous, then the parents could pull those kids out of that school and send them to a different school in the district, or if there was no other school in the district, like the high school, to another high school elsewhere, and the district would have to pay for it, right? Well, according to the numbers I ran, Isaac Young and New Rochelle High School would have been classified as persistently dangerous, meaning all those kids at Isaac could go to Albert, and all the kids at the high school could go to Marrone or Eastchester. And obviously they didn't want to have that happen, so they didn't report that. Go back to 2014, we had a bunch of bomb scares at the high school. After the first couple, the district decided we're not going to tell anybody anymore. Okay? And now with the swastikas over the past year or so, they decide we're not going to tell anybody. It's they're trying to make it seem like it's a reasonable position, that we have a good reason for doing it. But the reality is it coincidentally covers up their own failures.
Well,
right?
of course.
So you got to also look at that piece too, that they're not actually independent arbiters of what's the right thing to do, right? They have their own self-interest.
9:29. Bob Cox, our guest here on Radio Westchester. We'll come back to some of this in future interviews, and I find the other issue, which we won't go to today, but fascinating, the difference between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, and even the third thing, just criticizing a country. We'll do that another day. But I wanted to get into any news regarding the coach and where he's headed at all, Robert.
Well, I think since the last time we talked in the 1 hour show, he left, but I did call in the other day to talk about it. So just to briefly recap, he signed a settlement agreement, which has has him being paid through the rest of the year, as he normally would have been, and then he'll officially be gone December 31st. There's a clause in there that he can go under escort and clear out his desk in the meantime, so he's probably already done that. And then there'll be 2 lump sum payments totaling 1 year's salary, which is about $154,000. So he gets one of those in January, one of those in March, and then that's it. And there was a non-disparagement clause that neither side can talk about what happened. Nobody can bring further litigation unless there's some Disabilities Act violation. But other than that, it's over. And as I said to you all along,
you go ahead.
It's going to end with a whimper, not with a bang, and we're never going to get a real accounting of what happened. You didn't have to be a mind reader to figure that out. That's how they've dealt with all the other past situations for the 12 years I've been doing this. So it may have been a surprise to people who newly got engaged on the school board because they didn't pay attention until the coach situation. And so they're surprised, but I'm not surprised. Anyone I talked to, I said, that what you're talking about, that there's going to be some grand explanation, some Mueller report or some Horowitz report. There's not going to be any report. There's just going to be he goes away, and that's the end of it. Now, as far as going elsewhere, I know he interviewed for a couple of jobs at Catholic high schools in the area, but months ago. So he's been planning on leaving because he got his 30 years in. There's no reason for him to continue to stay. People don't understand that. Once you get your pension, and let's say your pension is $80,000, and let's say you're being paid $100, right? Well, why would you continue working for what amounts to being paid $20,000 a year when you were making $100,000? You wouldn't. You take your pension and you go work someplace else, or you retire. So
that makes sense.
He can afford to go take a job working at a Catholic school as a coach for $50,000 because he'll make the 80 on the pension and the 50. So he's actually making more.
He's making more money doing that.
More income doing that. So I do expect that he'll go someplace else. I had heard he was also talking to colleges, and it's worth noting that Greg Schiano returned as the head coach at Rutgers, and his 2 sons work at Rutgers, and there was always a New Rochelle to Rutgers pipeline under Schiano. Some players from New Rochelle are recently committed to going to Rutgers, and so I could see him, in some assistant coaching role at Rutgers.
The only thing, assistant coaching roles, from what I know, there's so much recruiting and traveling. Those are brutal jobs, 15, 16 hours a day.
I don't know.
I hope he doesn't do that, just for the human side of it.
Well, I don't know.
He's not a kid anymore.
Depends on what he wants to do. And also, he doesn't have to do it forever. It could be just a place to land. But I wouldn't be surprised to see him wind up at a Catholic school. Remember, his sister is a nun, so he's connected.
That's right. Now, what's my favorite line about that? You have God's ear and you wear his uniform. That's from the play Beckett by Jean Anouilh, by the way. Do you think? I'm fascinated by this thing with Catholic schools. Do they have as good a program as the public schools for football?
Some people might say better. I mean, look at Iona Prep, look at Fordham, look at Stepanak. They have excellent football teams. The team that New Rochelle played up in
Yeah, that was a Catholic
Syracuse
school,
was
right?
another
Yeah.
Catholic school out of
Okay.
Rochester, and the team that
So
beat
is
them
what
the
I
year
know.
before was a Catholic school. So yeah, of
Well,
course.
you certainly answered
And
that.
by the way, one of the best Catholic schools in the area is Bergen Catholic out in New Jersey, and they produce D1 athletes all the time, and they have players in the pros. Notre Dame, where I went to school, recruits a lot out of Bergen Catholic.
I'm looking at your shirt. I didn't realize that Army played Notre Dame in 11, 12, 10. They played at the Bronx that particular time?
Notre Dame played Army at Yankee Stadium. It was the first football game played at the new Yankee Stadium.
Oh, is that right? A college
Yes,
game.
and they've since now done a regular series of games there. Plus, they played the Pinstripe Bowl, but the first game was this game, and it was done sort of I think it was done around the anniversary of some.
Isn't that a little bit of a mismatch? Is Army able to play a team like Notre Dame?
At that particular time, no. But Army then
They've gotten
got
much better, yeah.
really good. And if you saw the Army-Navy game over the weekend, you would know that President Trump issued some proclamation of some kind that will result in the Army, Navy, and Air Force teams being that much better because they can now go directly on to a pro career and not have to worry about waiting 5 years to complete their service.
But do they have to come back and do their service someday?
I didn't read it, but I would imagine that they do because the reason
you advised me, read the whole.
Well, you do the
read
5
whole
years of
thing,
service because they paid for your school.
What else are you working on? Again, Bob Cox, our guest. Talk of the Sound, folks. You really want to read this thing. Talk of the Sound, considered the source since 2008. What other stories are you percolating that you can talk about?
Well, in the spirit of the Christmas and Hanukkah holidays, I'm only going to be working on happy, positive stories.
I did some today. It's hard.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do any of that.
It's so hard to do.
Not doing that. Bah, humbug. I'm not going to do that.
As we continue our interview with Grinch. So what other stories are you working on, Grinchy?
Well, I'm sort of waxing nostalgic here as we roll into the new year. Auld Lang
Waxing,
Syne.
I like that. Waxing nostalgic.
So in my definition of that, I'm looking back over the past year as to what things the district has said and what actually ended up being the truth. So I recently did a story
Wall
where
Street, we used to call this, we did gap analyses. So
well,
this is great.
in the case of what the district has said and what was actually happening, the gap is the Grand Canyon. It's quite wide. Even Evel Knievel could not make this jump. One that I did recently was a year ago, December 4th, was when they released the Apex report. So I did a look back on that because I got all these records from the state about what they were doing with their investigation. And it was very revealing. It showed a significant number of problems that were occurring. It also showed things like school officials deliberately cut off access to the Apex system the day before the Journal News story ran on May 23rd. I have emails from May 22nd showing that.
Why? So they wouldn't see the numbers?
I also did an interview with the registrar who said that nobody from the investigating company, T&M, ever bothered to obtain any of the transcript records. I have the current interim principal saying that in June of 2018, that records the investigators were seeking were destroyed right after the students graduated. Normally, by law, they have to be kept for 1 to 6 years, or in some cases in perpetuity, but they were destroyed. And then there was some important documents that investigators wanted, which was sort of like the handbook of how this program was supposed to be implemented. And the district claimed that there wasn't any, that there was no policies or handbooks. The woman who created it, the former assistant superintendent, who's now retired, wrote a letter to the board saying that's absolutely untrue. And sure enough, at the end of February, in delivering some documents investigators had requested 10 months ago, those records were produced, which raises the question, well, where were they? So there's a whole bunch of problems with that. And also one very interesting point about that reporting is in the middle of the investigation, the Westchester County District Attorney contacted the state investigators asking to be read into the investigation.
Mm-hmm.
So I've contacted the DA's office and said, whatever happened with that, I have no response at all. No response could mean they're just lazy or ignoring me. But more often it means we can't comment on an active investigation.
Mm-hmm.
So you take your pick as to what it means. Are they ignoring me, or they're not answering because they actually do have an investigation going on, which obviously would be a criminal investigation. It was the guy who asked to be read into the investigation was this ADA Fitzpatrick, who is the head of the Public Integrity Bureau. So they look at things like public sector fraud, things like that. So that's also interesting. Now, I already wrote all that. You asked about what I'm working on next. So another thing I looked at was in January, the board president at the time, Jeffrey Hasty, gave a State of the District address. Now, no one's ever done this before to my recollection, and I hope nobody will ever do it since. It was a very cringeworthy moment when the board president got up and gave this speech and actually said, the state of our district is strong. Now, this is January 2019. So what was the state of the district? Your budget failed. You had a student murdered. You had a stabbing. This was all in the past year. You lost almost all 15 of your top people. The positions were either vacant or interim. You had the Apex scandal. You're under state investigation.
What motivated him to do that? Did he hear Noam Bramson give one of his good speeches? He usually starts out the city.
He would say, like everything with Mr. Hasty, purely ego-driven. But that said, in looking back at that speech, one of the things he remarked upon was the Apex investigation. And you can now look back at it knowing what's now come out through my reporting.
Yeah, talk a little bit about that for people who have not started reading your stuff, and hopefully they will now. What are the Apex? What are we seeing in that investigation? What's the breach?
Well, so we wrote a story May 7th, 2018, which said that Shadi Alvarez was basically a crook who had been investigated 3 times in New York City, and there was large sums of money that she was not able to explain where they went, both charging things on a credit card, like over $100,000, and then also filing timesheets to get paid for times when she didn't work, the most notable of which was she sought to get paid for basically overtime during the week that the schools were closed because of Hurricane Sandy in 2012. So this is a terrible person who probably belongs in jail. She certainly doesn't belong anywhere near a school. And yet she was hired because the principal in New Rochelle High School, Reggie Richardson, was part of the same organization she was a part of in New York City, some Principals Leadership Academy. And so he brought her in. And so I found out about her background, thanks to her, by the way, because she is so dumb that she filed a federal lawsuit against the city of New York, a school district or whatever, New York City Department of Education. And in it, she included information from the investigation that was done about her by the Special Commissioner of Investigation. So that told me where to go look, and I went there, and then I not only got the one report that she filed, but I got a second report, and that report also revealed an outside auditing firm had also found problems. So she is the one who actually tipped me off herself back in winter. And so I had known about problems with Apex learning system for over a year. And I had been attempting to gather information and do reporting, but got stonewalled at every turn. Okay. When I got the information about Shadi Alvarez basically being a crook, then I decided to write that piece and include at the end everything I had heard about Apex, because she was the Apex coordinator. And so you can go back and look at that article, and what you'll see is everything that was sustained and was the basis of firing her, that proved out. That was all accurate. There was 2 other later stories, one by me and one by the Journal News. The T&M investigators that were hired by the district in May, they said that those 2 were not sustained. Okay, so what was sustained was that she was changing grades of students, and she was doing other things that she wasn't supposed to do. So they had this investigation that ran over the summer, and it was a sham. I mean, that investigation, you could look back. I mean, I said it when it got released in December of 2018, but I can say it more now, knowing what I know. This company did an investigation where they didn't have access to the Apex records. They didn't bother to obtain the registrar's records, which is the transcripts and diplomas. They didn't interview some of the key people, like the chief academic officer. They didn't interview, they claimed to have interviewed the registrar, but she said they never did interview her. So if you're not talking to the people in charge and you're not getting the actual records from Apex and you're not getting the school district's records, then what are you investigating? That's what the state did when they came in to do an investigation. They got all of that stuff. It took them a while, but they got all of it. Okay, they did interview the registrar twice. They got the records. They got all that in the spring of 2019. T&M never got any of it. So on what report did they produce? They produced a report that said that there was 3 stories in the media, and 2 of them we couldn't prove, and the other one we did. Okay, but that's not a sort of searching investigation of Apex. That is just a political response to the 3 things that were in the paper.
Yeah.
Right? They didn't really look at everything else. How do we know that? Because they closed that investigation in September. The board put it out in December. Of course, they put it out the day after I put it out. They had no choice. And then by January, they're reopening the investigation because now people have come forward with more information. And those allegations include things which I had also heard over the past year or so, that one administrator was giving administrative access to the system to parents of a student, to a baseball coach, okay, who had one of his players going to school at the high school, okay, which means that the district has no way to know that that kid actually did the work.
Yeah.
Right? So, and there was other things that were identified in the story, but that was one of the major ones, that they were giving away administrative access to the system. So that opened up a whole new investigation with another law firm. We're supposed to actually be hearing more about that report maybe tomorrow night.
Okay,
So,
just let me take a reset. It's 9:46. My guest is Bob Cox. He's the managing editor and publisher of The Talk of the Sound, considered the source since 2008, and these are the kinds of stories that he does. We encourage you to go to his website. It's 32 degrees. We are expecting some heavy rain tonight during the commute and tomorrow morning, perhaps some slush, but if you are north of 287, particularly up in Rockland, Putnam or Orange counties, ice and snow is expected as well. Tomorrow morning's commute, again, is supposed to have a lot of heavy rain before it evolves into a cold snap starting into late Tuesday and on into Wednesday and Thursday. Temperatures during the day in the mid-20s and at night into the teens. This bottom of the hour has been brought to you by the United Hebrew of New Rochelle, the top-rated campus of senior care. Visit UHGC.com. Aging Issues Management, Aging Issues Radio, the law firm of Pena and Khan, and Plug-in Virtual Reality, along with our friends Dominic's Cigars. Bob, what interests me about this, in addition to the story itself, and something I love, but it takes time, is to look back at stories that didn't have an ending, that are ongoing. And a lot of news outlets don't do it, and it's always frustrated me. How often do you do this? And like staying on these stories is actually, I'll give you an example, and it's a very simple one. It's one of the things that when I got to do the news that guided me too, is looking into old stories. I think if I told you this before, stop me, but other people may not have heard. I'm a big hockey fan myself, and I wanted to do some part-time work for a minor league hockey team that was going in Staten Island in 1984. And they had no arena, so they were working in this dingy place. I don't know if you've ever heard of Ironbound Arena in Newark, just dingy. And they put the minor league team there temporary, even though it carried the moniker Staten Island. And this guy, whose name I shall not give at the moment, I mean, I could, but he's gone on to a career, and somehow he got through it. Probably shouldn't have. But he did a story saying that they're building a new arena in Staten Island called the Phil Esposito Complex. So I was well excited. I was going to be writing stories for them. So I drove out, and I saw a Mercedes dealership and a gym. So a couple of weeks later, the story goes, they've broken ground. I drove out. It wasn't broken ground. 6 months later, and again, I was busy. I was in the middle of my own career. It was 1984. And he says, nearing completion. And then I drove out, no shovel in the ground. And then a few months later, the team had to move to Troy. The building's not ready yet. Now, when I tell you that from the first time I drove out to the last time I drove out, not so much as a stone was overturned, that really bothered me. I said, did this guy not get up off his butt? And so I kept following up on that story till finally he admitted he never drove out there. And I'm flabbergasted at that.
Yeah, well, I think there's one thing, that's
why you got to look back at stories. That's a simple sports story.
No,
but
I would say the only difference is that if what bothers me about when it happens with a school district.
Well, yeah, it's a much more serious thing.
Well, it's also because it's involving taxpayer money.
Yeah.
Okay, that's our money that's being wasted.
Yeah.
That's our community that's being lied to, and they're using our money to do it. So, one of the I do get people who complain sometimes about, why are you looking back at this? That's in the past. And there's a lot of that. Let's move on. I've been hearing that for
I don't
over
buy that
10 years.
at
Let's
all.
move on. You're bringing up the past. And my answer is every story that I do is about something that happened in the past.
Of course it is.
By definition.
Yeah.
There isn't anybody I know that, let's say got arrested for a bank robbery where the bank robbery didn't happen in the past.
The only time you're on, it's like if you're on site and there's a fire. Like I'll be calling in from a fire when I was on WVOX or WFAS. That's the only time it's happening now. And that's, of course, a great thing.
Well,
in news,
5 seconds later, it's in the past.
5 seconds later, that's absolutely right.
So that's not really a great theory that I use. So why do I want to look back at these things? Because they tell you something about today. Okay?
Of course they do.
What they tell me is that the nature of school boards and the nature of public school administration in the state of New York is that they all lie.
Yep.
That's what people should understand. That that the way they're lying is because their lips are moving. Okay? So people should not take at face value anything they're being told by anybody in a school system because they don't tell the truth. They lie all the time. And if you want to go back and look, and I'm going to do that story, I just take examples because I couldn't do every single one because that's all I would do.
No, that's right.
But
That's a concern.
here's the board president gets up at a board meeting in January, and he makes a speech, and he makes a bunch of statements about the Apex investigation. They're all false. They're all absolute lies. He says something about, well, if the state decides to do an investigation. They had been involved in the investigation for, at that point, about 8 months.
How much is incompetence and how much is a deliberate lie?
So,
or a combination of both?
Well, people who are incompetent lie to cover up their
to
incompetence.
cover up their incompetence. Okay.
But in this case, that speech was an absolute flat-out lie. Okay, so he's well aware there's a state investigation. We know this because I have the emails where he's communicating back and forth with the state investigators, with the people at BOCES. He's actually giving them information about you should interview this person, you should interview that person. This is the day of this speech. A couple of days earlier is when he first was contacted by the whistleblower who brought all the information about the baseball coach and about this and that. So he knows that this is an active investigation going on. He knows it's not a question if the state decides to do it.
But didn't he realize that with people like you on the beat that it was going to be caught?
Well, I mean, look, he got caught red-handed with his phone bills.
Mm-hmm.
He committed fraud. He should go to jail, or hopefully he'll just pay back the money that he took.
Or whatever.
But he defrauded the school district out of a couple $1,000s. I have all the records. And I have his statements on your old radio station where he was interviewed by our mutual friend, Denise Ward. And he told lie after lie after lie about his phone bills, used those lies to then attack me to say that I wasn't telling the truth, that I wasn't credible. But I actually have the invoices, okay? And he said, for example, very simple one, okay, well, Cox reported that I was on a cruise ship, and I've never been on a cruise ship. My brother almost died on a cruise ship. I would never go on a cruise ship. People should listen to that kind of a statement. How do we know that you didn't run up these bills on a cruise ship? My brother almost died on a cruise ship. Well, what does that have to do with it? Nothing. That is a way to deflect people and say, you should have sympathy for me because my brother almost died. And so I would never go on a cruise ship. Well, that doesn't really answer the question, okay? And the fact is that I turned records over to the people from the school district, which apparently they didn't have, which actually said $400 and something cruise ship, okay? He denied being in Africa. Okay, well, I've got $400 or $500 in charges for Morocco, which last I checked is in Africa. Okay, so he made all these statements. They're untrue, and then he flails away and he makes insulting comments and he tries to deflect and gets people to think. And that's why I always recommend this book to people, Spy the Lie.
Spy the Lie, yeah.
Because there's a whole set of categories that when you listen to people talk, you can kind of figure out after a while that they're not telling you the truth. And one of them is this sort of feeling pity for me. My brother died, so how dare you accuse me of stealing this phone service?
Well, yeah.
One has nothing to do with the other.
The challenge is victim Bob Cox, our guest, 9:55. We still have 5 minutes. There was a story this morning that I did.
By the way, just add one little coda to that, which is the good news is that once he left the board...
There is good news.
Once he left the board authorized their lawyers to investigate Hasty for fraud. And so that investigation is still ongoing. It should be over by now because it was pretty simple. And hopefully he'll do the right thing, which is what he should do.
It's just repay
the money back. On, yeah. But he doesn't want to do that. So if he doesn't want to do that, then you make a criminal referral to the DA, and then he can go deal with it in court. And he can provide all the paperwork that shows, why he was doing business in Morocco, why he was doing business on a cruise ship. And if he wants to try that in front of a judge in New York State Supreme Court, good luck.
You know what? One of the things I've been learning since you've been coming on the show regularly and then reading you the last few years is there are different degrees of this kind of behavior. Municipalities are guilty of it too, except perhaps to a lesser extent. And I was doing the story about Morningside Heights. And all we ever would hear when you read the papers and you read this neighborhood's better than it's ever been, and this part of Harlem is better than it's ever been, and it's all a renaissance, and it's all going great. And I brought your name in at 6 o'clock this morning, and I'm saying, folks, I was doing this story Friday, and I said, I'm going to do a little research, told the listeners over the weekend. I said, I'm always reading about problems in Morningside Heights, yet when I read a story about the area, things are great. And sure enough, this morning it came out that crime is up there 82%. People there who live there are saying, of course it's not safe. It's dangerous in the park. And what it reminded me of is why what you do, and I know I'm always talking about that, what you and Hezi and others do who come on here, is it's in a municipality's best interest because whether it's home prices, the rents, the commerce, they always want to put the best spin on it, which I understand, but it's fake. It's fake, and where do we get? Unfortunately, the Post did that story, and I think the Daily News did it too. I had trouble with my news website this morning. The public is just always being fed this syrup again and again and again. The Morningside Heights just made me wake up to it, but that's a constant battle to hold these people accountable, isn't it?
Yeah, I would say, just so you know, my wife teaches at Columbia. My daughter is a student at Columbia.
Yeah, right.
Actually, my wife was there Wednesday evening teaching. She was just a few blocks away. She teaches between 5 and 7. And this happened at 5:30. And I myself am down there on a regular basis. But, my wife and my daughter know not to go into that park,
right?
Especially after dark, but at any time, unless you're being escorted or you're in a large group or whatever. But look, in New Rochelle, it's a similar thing, right? In you can argue that falsely portraying the park as safe, if this is the case, and it wasn't, led to the death of a student.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, at Barnard. Likewise, the failure to enforce the board's own policy about a closed campus led directly to the death of the student.
That's a classic, and I bring that up as different parallels. When you're not honest about this stuff, people could die.
Well, and so how many people took responsibility for the failure to enforce the policy that would have prevented this death? And by the way, the subsequent stabbing that occurred was because the students then went the following week to the arraignment of the girl who did the murder, and then they ended up in this altercation at the pizza place, and then the next day the kid who was assaulted at the pizza place came in and stabbed another kid.
In school.
So all of that violence was tied to the failure to enforce the board's own policy of a closed campus at New Rochelle High School. So how many people took accountability for that? You were at the press conference.
No one really.
Zero. Nobody ever took any accountability in the administration. Nobody took accountability in the board. Okay. Everybody involved should have resigned. They should have all resigned in disgrace. And yet they don't. I did a bunch of reporting a few years ago about the former board president misappropriating over $13,000. He didn't resign. He continued serving out the rest of his time. Okay. You can go on down the list about people not taking responsibility for, what's happened. Okay. Even, Shadi Alvarez, that whole story. Did anybody get held to account besides her? She was fired. She didn't resign. And in fact, she gave this whole big speech about how she was an innocent victim and didn't do anything wrong.
The old innocent victim thing again, Robert.
Well, I mean, but nobody was involved. Some of the people that were directly involved weren't even interviewed. Okay. So if you're looking for accountability and truth coming out of government, whether it's the school district, which is much bigger than the city government, or the city government, or the police department, you're just not going to get it. There are not people sitting around there saying, oh my God, this terrible thing happened. Let's put together a press statement and let everybody know what happened. They don't do that.
Well, you were at the press conference. I'm having a little fun with it now before we go. It must have been 8 years ago now, 7 or 8 years ago. And everybody was there, 2, 4, 7, blah, blah, blah. And it was a guy comes out, and forgive me, it's not apocryphal. It really happened, but I'm paraphrasing.
The car bomb?
Yeah, the car bomb. I always got a kick out of that when the commissioner said,
I was there.
What we know is that there was an accelerant and an igniter, but we have no indication that it involved anyone from Morgan. The guy came out of an Italian social club. Turned the key and
known mafia hangout.
Remember that?
And when he started the car burst into flames.
I remember all of us were in the hallway just laughing our butts off.
It wasn't in the hallway. It was in the commissioner's conference room. And everybody in the media just burst out laughing.
We did. We just all laughed. Yeah,
there's tape of that somewhere.
Oh, my goodness.
But
we have no indication.
But by the way, when you go look and you see the intersection between certain people that have been involved with the police department and people in the mafia, and we have that now because we just had a guy who was charged in Eastern District.
I saw that.
Okay, with being an associate in the Gambino crime family. And where does he like to hang out? He likes to hang out at the cigar store down on the East End that's owned by a retired police detective, where the head of the New Rochelle PBA likes to hang out, where other members of the police department hang out. One of our city councilmen likes to hang out there, Mr. Trangucci. So you have this mix of people, basically cops and robbers. And it's kind of funny because that guy who got arrested for being an associate of the Gambino crime family, and he's facing racketeering charges and all that kind of stuff, he came after me a couple years ago. Okay. And he was very upset.
Glad to see you still here.
Because I made a statement that Cousin Cigar Stores was a hangout for gangsters and wannabes. And he was really upset because I was insulting Italian Americans. And he went off on this whole rant about how bad that was. And then 2 years later, he's arrested for being a member of the Gambino crime family. So that's another example of how this also works in this town and other towns, which is not only are they not going to be honest, but actually if you're honest, they're going to attack you.
Do you sleep well at night because of that kind of thing? Or you just don't let it worry you?
My attitude is get in line.
Yeah,
okay?
this is true.
No, I mean, I believe that this guy tried to kill my family.
That's quite an allegation. Wow.
Well, I believe it. And there's reason to believe it. And I've written about it.
It's about with your car.
My car with melting a hole in the tire and all the rest of it, and I believe that he did that. And the Eastern District of New York Department of Justice has that information.
Sheesh. Well, listen.
And believe me, I'll say it right here in the air. Happy to testify against the guy. Happy to testify him. You want to come after my family? I'm going to come after you.
Bob Cox, everyone. Talk of the Sound. Consider the source since 2008. And on a high note, I'm sure we'll
these
talk
windows
again.
are all bulletproof. Right?
He's on this side. What's the old honeymoon? He's crammed and I'm clean.
Can I borrow your sweater?
No. No, you cannot. Bob Cox, thank you very much. I'm sure we'll talk to you before Christmas, but if schedules should conflict for any reason, a Merry Christmas to you and yours, sir.
And you as well.
And thank you for your contributions to
go
the
out
show.
and get some, if you don't have them yet, go out and get some bubble Christmas lights while you still can.
I got 2 sets. You better buy them, folks. I'm going to hang one in the windows tomorrow or Wednesday. Thank you so much, Bob Cox. That pretty much slams the lid on things for today, folks. Let's take a look at our sponsors, then we'll take one last look at the weather. Today's program was brought to you by the United Hebrew of New Rochelle, the top-rated campus of senior care. Visit uhdc.com. Also, Aging Issues Radio and Aging Issues Management, the law firm of Pena & Khan, plug-in virtual reality. Jake's Picks were brought to you by Dominic's Fine Cigars, licensed retailer with a big selection, including Arturo Fuente, Padrons, and more. Dominic's Fine Cigars, located at 204 Boston Post Road in Larchmont. They're open 7 days. Right now it's 32 degrees, only a 10% chance of rain right now, but the real problem is tonight, mostly north of 287, really up past that into Putnam. But dangerous conditions are expected during drive time as snow, sleet, freezing rain overspread the area. Icy roads and significant ice accumulation is possible across, again, Orange, Ulster, Dutchess, and Putnam counties. Mainly snow north of those areas as temperatures get into the upper 20s. Now, tomorrow, snow, sleet, freezing rain, and rain likely through the afternoon. Dangerous road conditions and icing is likely across Orange, Ulster, Dutchess, and Putnam. Some snow accumulation is possible as well. Again, most of these problems, folks, are going to be north of Westchester, but still, we will have lots of rain to accompany this and maybe some sleet. So as we get into Tuesday night, though, tomorrow night, the skies will clear, but the temperature will drop like a rock. We're going to get down to lows in the mid-20s. Wednesday, mostly sunny with a few flurries. The high will be 26 degrees. The overnight low will be 14. On Thursday, sunshine through high thin clouds. The high will be 26. The overnight low, 17. Friday, still cold. Sunshine, though, through high thin clouds. The high will be 26 degrees. The overnight low will be 17 degrees. Yikesies. Will be 23. It'll warm up just a bit. All righty, the weather was brought to you exclusively by our friends at United Hebrew of New Rochelle, voted one of America's best rehabilitation and senior care campuses, and it's right here in New Rochelle. Visit uhgc.com. We want to thank our guests in reverse order. Bob Cox from Talk of the Sound, managing editor and publisher, considered the source since 2008. Assemblyman Assemblyman Tom Abenante. Of course, Hezi Harris, the managing editor and publisher of the Yonkers Tribune. Jake, of course, Jake Schaefer, our own Jake Schaefer, and our friends at Dominic Cigars who support him. County Executive George Latimer, Vince Russo, and, of course, the callers that called in today. We had, of course, Mr. Anthony Galetta, as well as Mitch Tarnable. Thank you all for listening. We'll see you tomorrow. Tuesday's always good. Remember, we saved a couple of stories for our buddy Mike Duffy. And we'll find out why a guy who kills someone with one punch gets to walk the streets and isn't even charged, at least not yet, with manslaughter because it was only one punch. Perhaps that's the way it rolls, but we'll find out from him, and also plenty more to follow. I'm Bob Marrone. This is Radio Westchester. You can listen live on radiowestchester.com. You can go to our .com for radio, which is MyTunerRadio.com. We're also, as you can see, available on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and Periscope. Thank you so much for listening. We'll see you tomorrow at 6 o'clock.